People outside to join. Thank you. People on the side, can we take seats? Yes, all of the people on the sides. Can we close the door? All right, we are starting. Please sit down. Can we also close the door? There in the back. Thank you. All right, people, we are starting. Can we have some silence? Can we have some silence? All right. So I open agenda point 48, quorum of the council and enlistment of the vote by proxy. And Nicolina, the stage is yours.
Good morning. Let's try to be fast. Local group Aachen. Starting the day nice. Local group Ankara Bilkent. Thank you. Local group Ankara Matthew.
Applicants are terrified. La la la la la la.
Thank you. Local group Over.
Allez la chute, allez la chute, allez la chute, allez allez.
Thank you. Local group Aveiro.
Somos Receivables, somos os mais fortes.
Thank you. Local group Barcelona. Where is your other delegate? Okay. Thank you. Local group Belgrade.
When Belgrade comes over, I will be wiser
Thank you. Where is your other delegate? Local group Berlin. You're also missing the delegate. Local group Braunschweig. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Bremen. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Brussels.
Oh lélé, oh là là, qui ne saute pas n'est pas bruxellois. Oh lélé, oh là là, qui ne saute pas n'est pas bruxellois.
Thank you. Local group Bucharest will be proxied by local group Seville. Local group Budapest. Okay. Local group Calabria.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Local group Coimbra. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Darmstadt.
Darmstadt.
Thank you. Local group Delft. Thank you. Local group Dortmund. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Dresden. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Eindhoven. Thank you. Local group Famagusta. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Dansk. Thanks for your efficiency. Yeah, guys, please be quiet. Local group Gothenburg.
Amen. Hold Shefton.
Thank you. Local group Graz. Local group Grenoble. Local group Groningen. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Hamburg. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Helsinki. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Ilmenau.
Take me home to the north, deine Luft. Schick mich auf, dein Highschool ist mir viel zu hoch, aber ich lieb dich doch.
Thank you. Local group Istanbul Bogazici.
Vorsichtig!
Vorsichtig! Vorsichtig, alle Mitglieder! Vorsichtig! Vorsichtig! Vorsichtig, alle Mitglieder!
Thank you. Local group Istanbul ITU.
Imperator! Imperator! Imperator!
Thank you. Local group Istanbul Yildiz.
I say siyah! You say yıldız! Siyah! Yıldız! Siyah! Yıldız! Siyah! Siyah! Siyah!
Thank you. Local group İzmir DU. Thank you. Guys in the back, please be quiet and please make sure you are on time. It doesn't matter if you're not a delegate, all of you are here for the council meeting and need to be on time. Local group Izmir Economy. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Kaiserslautern. Thank you. Local group Karlsruhe.
Hi!
Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Karlstad. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Krakow.
You're saying LG, you're saying Krakow. LG, Krakow, LG, Krakow, LG, Krakow.
Thank you. Local group Kiev. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group La Peranta. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Lausanne. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Liège.
Asveillou!
Glory!
Et Timès!
Amen!
Qui mâche-t-il?
Déporé!
Qui veut-il?
Déféqué!
Qui fait-il?
Détruité!
Et n'a-t-il?
Amen!
Comment sont-elles?
Énorme!
La la la la la
Thank you. Local group Linköping. Local group Lisbon will be proxied by local group Aveiro. Local group Lula will be proxied by local group Brussels. Local group Lund will be proxied by local group La Peranta. Local group Lyon. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Madrid.
Sexy, mami!
Thank you for this performance. Local group Milan. Thanks for group Minya will be proxied by local group Coimbra. Local group Minsk will be proxied by local group Bremen. Local group Moscow will be proxied by local group Novi Sad. Local group Munich. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Novi Sad.
In city of Rakia, and exit festival. In city of Rakia, LG Novi Sad.
Thank you. Local group Oulu. Thank you. Local group Paderborn. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Piraeus. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Porto.
Ale Portu, ale! Ale Portu, ale!
Thank you. Local group Poznan will be proxied by local group Krakow. Local group St. Petersburg. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Seville.
Betty, ale, Real Betis Balompié, tiene que ganar la Copa, la más nueva hay que volver.
Thank you.
¡Viva Betis!
Local group Ziegen. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Skopje. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Sofia. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Stockholm will be proxied by local group Helsinki. Local group Tallinn. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Tampere. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Tardemures. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Trondheim. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Vasa. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Vienna excuse themselves. Local group Warsaw will be proxied by local group Dansk. Local group Sanfli. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Zagreb. Guys, the people with the glasses, we know you're sleeping. Please take them out. We continue with the guest local group. Local group Cartagena.
Cartagena, ole! Cartagena, ole! Cartagena, ole! Cartagena, ole!
Thank you. Local group Rijeka. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Nice. And now let's proceed with externals. ISTEC. Thanks for your efficiency. VI. Thanks for your efficiency. Local group Aachen. Thank you. Local group Budapest. Local group Grenoble. Thank you. Local group Linköping. Done.
Okay, guys, before we start, organizers asked to check if everyone has the voting sheets. All of the local groups, yes. Okay. Hmm?
Because the as a guys, we have only one company also proxy for us.
Okay. Okay, can delegates who don't have it just raise your hands and then organizers can help us out. Okay. And one more announcement for extra places for people who are sitting in the back. Can you please move to the rows which are closer? Don't take the back seats, please. And please, guys, don't wear sunglasses. We want to see you watching the screen and presentations. Okay, let's then start the day.
All right, thank you very much. Then I close agenda point 48, quorum of the council and enlistment of the vote by proxy. And I reopen agenda point 26, proposal for changes in the membership regulations. In the membership. Okay, never mind. It was a joke. Then I open agenda point 38, financial report of the current year, half-year realization, and a posting to the stage.
Hello, okay. Good morning, everyone. Yes. We are present. VP Finances are preparing the half-year realization to give the overview of the financial situation to the network in the mid-year. So before the mandatory annual realization, they can also have the overview of the financial situation earlier, and network can also act upon and proceed accordingly. And how does it look like? Is it working? Okay, it is working. Basically, half-year realization is what did we approve in the previous CM for the budgets, plus the realization column that you can see the expenses which have been made in the first 7 months of the financial year. It includes whatever we have in the budget, everything with the realized money, plus receivables, payables, balance sheet, and the cash flow. You can see some examples from the half-year realizations there. So whatever we were supposed to get from the local groups, companies, or other partners, individuals, etc., should be included in the realization, and everything should be fully correct. Also, it's more than the Excel sheets. All of the documentation and the bookkeeping platform that we use, which is called as Multiverse, should match. And that process is taking quite much time. Afterwards, financial controllers should check the correction of everything which is documented. For purchase, sales, cash bank, and the reports that we have for the financial year in the bookkeeping platform. And yes, it is quite important to present a fully correct version of the realization. And now we are facing with a situation. Forecasted workload of the realization didn't meet with the reality, so the process was delayed, and due to lack of time, yesterday when we were sitting in a McDonald's, we realized I'm not going to be able to present the half-year realization fully correct to you, and instead of presenting something, basically correction and checking are missing. Still, we need some time for that, so FCs can also check them, and I cannot present accurate reports at the moment. So we come up with a solution to still provide the correct overview as soon as possible to you. We don't need half-year realization is something which is included in the IRs, but audit committee report is the part that we have in the internal regulations. So audit committee report will be still made, but you will just receive the realization after the CM. And we will also post it on, send an email to local responsible, post it on the Ilium, have open Q&A for people to ask questions. So you will be still able to publish your questions and ask for clarifications on the half-year realization. And now audit committee can present their report, and we can have the questions.
Are we not calling the financial controller first?
Audit committee is financial controllers.
Oh.
Okay. Dear Council of Esteem, every year during Spring Council meeting, the financial controllers of Esteem present their findings regarding the bookkeeping and the current financial situation of Esteem. This letter will serve as a report of our findings regarding the half-year realization of the 32nd board. We kindly ask you to pay attention, since it is an important matter to all of you. The half-year realization includes the financial results from the 1st of August 2021 till the 28th of February 2022. Unfortunately, the current half-year realization is not complete and correct at this moment. Therefore, we will not approve the half-year realization at this moment. Together with the VP of Finance, we decided on the option to present you the half-year realization at a later time. In the coming weeks, an alien post will be shared with the finished and approved half-year realization. You will be able to ask questions through the alien post, and there will also be an online Q&A session for interested members.
The reason that the half-year realization is not finalized is an underestimation of the time needed to finish the half-year realization by the VP of Finance. This underestimation could have multiple reasons. However, this needs evaluation, and we will not make any statements about that today. We would kindly ask the VP of Finance to improve the current bookkeeping by working in a concise and systematical way. Lots of mistakes in the reimbursements forms, the bookkeeping system, and the invoices could have been avoided. In the meantime, we ask the VP of Finance to stay communicative and to have an improved planning to avoid a shortage on working time in the future. We're sure that if we systemize the way of working and keep working closely together with the VP of Finance, the rest of the financial year will be smooth and the booking will be neat and correct again. We will remain supportive to the 32nd board and are looking forward to continuing working on the financial stability of Esteem together with the VP of Finance. In high esteem, Danny Brus and Evelien van Oosterhout.
Thank you very much. Now we will have some time for questions to all of them. Are there any questions? Please stand up. Okay. The first one from Nicola here in the front, and then we have Max in the back.
Nikola Ivanovic of the Belgrade. I just want to congratulate you for finally finding a successor.
Thank you very much. I would also remind both the people that are asking questions and those that are answering the question to be shorter so we can have more of them. We have Max in the back, and then we have Arthur.
I got it, sorry. Yeah. Max from LG Eindhoven. So basically there are three really important parts for the VP Finance budget: half realization and the last realization. You didn't prioritize the half realization at the moment. How will you make sure that you have the realization finished on time? Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. Personally, according to my VPF experience, you are learning how to do realization while you are doing realization, and after completing healthy realization, it will be much more easy to complete and know what exactly that I'm supposed to do to work correctly with financial controllers for the rest of the year. So after the improvements, I will just follow the procedure that I saw, which is the correct.
Thank you. Max, could you just repeat the question for the secretaries? If you can, Arthur, give back the microphone just for a sec. Okay, you will text. Arthur.
Arthur Mihalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern. So, my observation is that in the past, this is not the first time that half-year realization is actually a little bit delayed. This time it just happened that it's even after the council, during the council meeting, not ready. So, also to the SCs and to you, Celine, do you think we have a systematic problem of being of having?
Can you speak a bit louder, Arthur?
Yeah, sure. Shall I repeat completely?
If possible, yes.
Okay. So my observation, in the past years, from the past years, is that every VP of Finance was struggling with bookkeeping, with the realization, or whatever. So it seems there is a systematic problem in terms of bureaucracy in Esteem, especially in wood finance. Do you think, or do you have something that could be improved or reduced in that sense?
Yeah. According to my experience, I can say one of the parts which is keeping the most of the time is invoices and reimbursement forms. And after the finance summit second, we already decided to change the way we collect reimbursements, which I believe going to let VP of Finance gain quite much time with the bookkeeping. Other than that, I think it's mostly up to the, yeah. Okay. Other than that, I think it's it can depend to each and every year, and I would also like to hear from my IC for the first 3 years.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part a bit louder?
And I would also like to hear from financial controllers who are here for 2 years.
Arthur, did you have that too? No? Okay, then we have first Palau.
Palau de Madrid, Barcelona. Well, it's highly unusual that a realization is not published, and normally it's a very important thing for the control that the council accepts on the board. Can you at least give us some sort of indication of how well Steam is doing in finances at the moment? How much money has been lost? How much money has been profited? Talking from experience from a board that found out a very big hole in the Steam finance and that thinks that that's not a great idea to find out very late.
Sorry, there is a technical next to Arthur. Is it for volume?
No, actually I was also asking the financial controllers for systematic improvement in the bookkeeping, but I just received an answer.
So do we have a technical from Johannes?
Should I just answer?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think like by being communicative with each other, it should improve a lot. Like, for example, right now, like we do the checks usually after the half-year realization or the period for the half-year realization is done. I think by doing it more often and by ensuring that the financial controllers check it earlier, we are like 100% sure that mistakes are found earlier. And I think by doing that, we will make sure that like the half-year realization comes earlier.
And one thing to add as well, I think there could be a lot improved about the handover documents regarding realization, multiverse, some other things, because then a lot of mistakes can also be avoided that are now being made because they are unaware that they are making a certain mistake. That's to Arthur's question, by the way.
I can answer to Paulo. So I can't give the exact numbers, but currently, especially for the healthier realization, we didn't start to have coordination meetings until the March, and also we got the income from the institutional partners until then. So we were for sure having a profit at the moment. And yeah, with the mistaken version, if you would really ask me to give a number, with the disclaimer of not fully correct, I can say around 6,000.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question from Arthur in the back, and then the delegate here on the right. Please just people try to make them just a bit shorter. Both.
Yeah, Arthur Michalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern. This is less of a question but more of a statement, like also related to the observation of having a lot of bureaucracy, especially with the financial position in this team or financial topic in this team. Like, I really want to stress out that the VP of Finance has a lot of work to do, a lot of operational work to do, which is really unpleasant. Like the bookkeeping software is overly complicated. It's really difficult to work with it. And in that sense, I just want to highlight that, or I want to encourage that maybe it should be a thought of the council to reduce bureaucracy in this team more than adding new IRs and new bureaucratic steps in everything basically. And also in that sense, I want to thank Celine and the FCs that you're still taking care of everything and that you're handling it afterwards, because it's a hell of a job. I've experienced it myself. It's just terrible, and I'm really happy that you're still continuing with it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can we have the microphone to the delegate here in the front? On your left. Thank you very much.
Hello. Lütfü Furkan Şimşek from LG Istanbul Boğaziçi. When are you planning to publish the half-year realization? Could you promise a concrete date?
Yeah, I should ask for FC's availability and like how do they see it as well. But I'm expecting to publish it within this month.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? If so, please stand up. I take it as a no. So thank you very much to all of the presenters. Okay, then I close agenda point 38, financial report of the current year. And I open agenda point 39, receivable. And I close agenda point 39, receivable. Technical. Can somebody give a microphone to Evelyn?
Okay, we did make a presentation for agenda point 39. And it was also sent to Nicolina. There's a presentation for 39.
So are we having it now?
It was planned in the agenda.
Yes. Then I suppose I reopen agenda point 39, receivables.
Okay, so we're going to present you something about receivables. Okay. One, two. Okay, so we're going to present something about receivables. The main slides we're going to show you is about receivables that are outstanding for a longer period of time. So what are outstanding receivables? This is money that would have been booked in previous years, and it has been booked as an income, but in the end it didn't get as a real income into the bank account. So we never actually received the money. So it's showing on the asset side, it's showing that we have still a lot of money coming in. This is from realization, by the way. So at the end of last year, we had 14,000 euros we still needed to receive from companies, from members, but mostly from companies. So we picked out the receivables that were a problem. And these have been outstanding for a little bit longer, or we're really sure about that we're never gonna get this money. Those are the 7. So we have something related to Gothenburg. We talked about that with the VP of Finances from that year, and this is money that has been wrongly booked. It's never getting in. We're not getting this money, so we need to do something with it. Then there's 3 contracts actually. It's BMW, and that's actually an interesting story because the contract is lost. We don't know where it is. So yeah, there's also an interesting story. Then we have Continental and European Supply Chain Forum. There it's not really sure what's happening there because there was like a lot of communication, and then the invoice still didn't get paid over the years. Local group Istanbul Budget, it's minus 90. This means that somewhere in Arthur's year something went wrong with the bookkeeping, and this is still showing as a minus 90 on the outstanding receivables. And then we have PayPal, and PayPal I'm gonna let Danny explain.
Okay, so PayPal is a very interesting story. Like we lost the access to the account. It's a bit a weird story, but Arthur and I really did a lot of work to actually get back to the account. The account was on the VP of Finance of, I think, like 2014 or something like there. We also contacted her, but it was very impossible to do something about it. So there's amounts from 2 years, so that's why it's twice on this slide. We still have a PayPal account, and this time we have access to it, so we can have a part of the money back. But most of the money is unfortunately lost, and we're never gonna get it. And it's we tried so much, but we're very sure that it will never come in.
Okay, so what's the problem of having these showing as an asset on our balance sheet? It gives we are counting on amounts of money which are never gonna get in. We're never gonna receive this amount of money, and it just shows every year VP of Finance is oh, but we have a lot of assets, but those assets aren't really there. And the people in charge can be different after a couple of years, so especially for the contracts. This is really important. We had maybe contact with this person, and they are not working there anymore. But it's also within Esteem as well, like over the years, the VP of Finance doesn't know what's exactly going on. And we overestimate the financial assets we have at the moment because it shows a really large number, but it isn't actually the case in this particular case. And the financial situation is not really displayed correctly. So, what's our proposal? And we have the concrete proposals after this. And it is to basically depreciate the following, and that's the first from Gothenburg, that's one from BMW, Continental and European Supply Chain Forum. We want the board to try to still reach out to them because there's a contract of that, and to make a final effort to still receive this money. Then the local group Bozici, we want to get it depreciated, and of course the paper amounts.
Also guys, you have to vote on this, so please don't sleep. I see you, so I can continue, of course, Evelyn. I think we went through all of this, right? Okay, so since it's coming from us, it's a motion, but don't think it's like a very bad thing or something. So motion receivables 1, it's to depreciate the outstanding receivable from Gothenburg, just say it like that, of 96 euros and 57. Whoa, this very hard for in the early morning. 20 euros. What does it mean? The amount of the outstanding receivables on the balance sheet will be decreased with 96 euros and 57. Oh my gosh. And the account other expense on the realization will increase with that amount. Okay, motion to receivables 2. Depreciate the outstanding receivable from BMW Group of 1,000 euros to 0 euros. Meaning basically the same as last time, to depreciate it with 1,000 and increase the other account with 1,000. Motion receivables number 3. Depreciate the outstanding receivables from local group Istanbul Bozici of minus 90 euros to 0 euros. The amount of the outstanding receivables on the balance sheet will be increased with 90 euros. The account other expense on the realization will decrease with 90 euros. Okay, motion receivables number 4. Depreciate the outstanding receivable from PayPal of 41 euros and 25 cents to 0 euros. Meaning the amount of the outstanding receivables on the balance sheet will be decreased with 41 euros and 25 cents. The account other expense on the realization will increase with 41 euros and 25 cents. Motion receivables number 5. Depreciate the outstanding receivable from PayPal. And this one is actually interesting because here you can see like that we still have 14 euros and 73 cents. So that's why we depreciated to that amount. So the amount of the outstanding receivables on the balance sheet will be lowered with 123 euros and 25 cents. The account other expense on the realization will increase with 123 and 25 cents. Okay, we also have 2 vote of intentions. This comes to the fact that we don't want to depreciate it yet, but we do want the board to put extra effort in this. So until the next council meeting, the board will actively approach and communicate with Continental to pay the outstanding receivable. At the 65th council meeting, the board will update the council on the process and results of contacting Continental. And then we have vote of intention 2. It's until the next council meeting, the board will actively approach and communicate with the European Supply Chain Forum to pay the outstanding receivable. At the 65th council meeting, the board will update the council on the process and results contacting European Supply Chain Forum. The reason for the votes of intention is that we still think that if we put some extra effort in it, we might get the money, and otherwise the update will be there on the next council meeting and we can appreciate it by then. So, if rejected, if the motions are rejected, the outstanding receivables will remain on the balance sheet and we expect the VP of Finance to actively approach the debtors. If the vote of intentions are rejected, the VP of Finance does not have to actively approach the debtors. However, we would still like the VP of Finance to do so, since it's part of the balance sheet and a part of the finances of S-Team. Thank you guys, and let me know if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes. Max was slightly faster, so we start with Max in the very back, and then we go to Arthur. Sorry, we go to Max and then to the delegate in the front, and then Arthur.
Yes, Max LG Eindhoven. I was wondering about the vote of intention. Why did you choose to make it a vote of intention and not a motion? Because it's already been 5 years, maybe even longer. I think we really should take some action to get the money, really get into contact with them. Can we make it more binding to make sure that there's actually an update? Because with a vote of intention, you still don't necessarily have to do it.
I think since it's not something that you can actually measure, a vote for intention is better and an update will be better, so that's why we chose for the vote of intention.
It's still legally binding, Max. It's just not a concrete action and a concrete result like the depreciation is. So that's why we chose for the vote of intention, but it's still legally binding. They have to work on it, and how we written it, they have to do that.
Thank you very much. No more twos, Max? No? Okay. Then can we give the microphone to the delegate in the front, and then Arthur. Microphone to the delegate in the front. You can get some help.
Okay.
Just okay. Never mind.
Eugene Kizar from LXIV. My question is it a reason that you like for your outstanding of PayPal to decrease it to 40?
Can you speak a bit louder in the microphone?
Like my question is like you decreased your outstanding for PayPal to 14. Is there a reason or?
Yeah, there is a reason. Like half year through last year, it was really sure, or it was noticed that the other PayPal account was still connected to DonorBox. So then the VP of Finance made a new PayPal account, and the DonorBox was connected to that, but that money still got into Esteem, so it was still in the books. And but 1473 is still on the new account, so we can still access that.
Thank you.
Can you repeat name, surname, and local group for the secretaries?
LGVH. Eugene Kizar from LGVH.
Thank you very much. Arthur?
Arthur Michalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern. Yeah, I'm really happy to see this finally happening and to have it cleaned up. But I was wondering, like, why you're not having the payable side as well from PayPal. Like, we also have €3.02 booked for as an accrued expense towards PayPal, because it was also with the donations system in terms of like paying a fee and then reserving some money for it as accrued expenses.
Actually, that's a really good point. We were not completely aware of that, so I think it might be handy to also propose that one. Or maybe just change the amounts that we depreciated to, but we cannot do that like that. So, yeah, we can present it again.
Can you pass the microphone just in front of you, Arthur?
On the check, LG Eindhoven. My question is, since we do not have a complete picture of the...
Sorry, can you speak a bit louder in the microphone? Like a lot louder in the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. On the check, LG Eindhoven. My question is, since we do not have a complete picture of all the receivables and the realization, are these all the receivables that are currently outstanding? And then, as a follow-up, how will you make sure that there aren't any receivables left for next year?
Honestly, there's more, of course. I think in every financial year there's always outstanding payables. So also in this case, but the other ones are different since we are sure that we will get the money, or it's just because like it's just before the half year realization and it's not paid yet, or not like that. So there's more, but these ones are the ones that are problematic, since these ones are the ones that we're kind of sure that they will never come in. Actually, we're not kind of sure, we're sure that they will never come in.
And to add on it, like everything else, like we only have one entry from Mercier, but there's more entries in our year still outstanding, I think, or maybe not, but we couldn't check it. But this is all everything from Arthur's year and before that.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, we will have no more time for questions for this section, so I ask you to go on Pigeonhole and to the presenter to check Pigeonhole in a while to check if there is any question about it. Thank you very much. Now I close agenda point 39, receivables. And I open agenda point 52, applications for academic development. And we'll start with the application for academic pace. I would like to ask Doa to join us on stage.
Hello. Hello everyone. Today I'm sorry for my voice. Today I'm so happy and excited to share my application for Academic Days Leadership for 12 months. Okay. This is my agenda. And about me, I'm Doa Erdal and I'm 20 years old. I'm currently a second year industrial engineering student and I'm from LG Ankara Bilkent. And more about me, I'm a sports person. I love every kind of animals. That's a cat and a baby lion. And I love partying, of course. And I have a photo when I was 2 with traditional belly dancer costume. And I love eating so much. To talk about my STEAM journey, these are some of the events I attended so far. And one of the first events I attended was Academic Days Masterclass from LG Istanbul Yıldız, and then an online local responsible forum, and I attended 62nd, 63rd, and 64th council meetings, and 64th, which is now. And I conducted a workshop in IEM conference with Gina and Beyza. And during my mandate as an LR, I organized an Academic Days Masterclass too. And this is more like general. I'm in STEAM for 2 years, and during my first year, I became a project responsible in CERC, and then the next year I became a local responsible. And during my mandate, I had a chance to get to know the Academic Days team while organizing a masterclass and thinking about the opportunity to organize an offline Academic Days event too. So I got a chance to get to know the team, and I decided that I really want to be a part of it and continue my journey with that. So now I present you my application for Academic Days Leadership. To talk about my goals, actually, my first goal is collaboration with Vision. Claudia and Serhat has the foundation of this idea, but I think it would be really beneficial for the students to have events like after getting lectures from the professors, if they can practice it by the involvement of the companies with case studies and company visits, I think it would be a really beneficial concept for them. So I want to make collaboration with Vision team. And then I also want to increase the visibility of Academic Days events, and I want to do that by adding a new PR responsible in the team. I want this, as Serhat mentioned the day before, there's a booklet of knowledge after each event, and the information is transformed to the steamers from this, but sometimes it's not that approachable since there are lots of information. So I want this to be more approachable, and I want this PR responsible to find the highlights of these information and share in STEAM's official account. So I want to increase visibility with that. And then I think masterclasses are a really, really good concept, but as everything started to turn offline, it became like the participant number decreased and people started to not show up. So, but I want this concept to be continued. So I think there may be a possibility of creating certificates. For an example, from this university, this professor is giving a lecture from this topic. It doesn't have to be an official one, but even if it's a symbolic one, I think it would motivate the participants and slightly increase the participation. And then I really want to extend the event topics. I want to make detailed research about it and find up-to-date topics applicable to be turned into practice. And with the goals I have presented, I want to establish a strong team and provide a sustainable service. I want to develop myself as well as my team
if I became a leader. And thank you for listening to me. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Joab. Before continuing to questions, are there any other applicants for academic days? I will take it as a no, so we'll start with questions. The first one is from Alex. And then we have Sarah.
Okay. Yesterday, Alexandre Coquillot and Gillian. Yesterday, I asked Serhat if he thinks it's better to aim for high-level academic content or better to aim for more accessible content, and he answered high-level academic content. So I'm asking to you, do you agree with him, or do you have a different answer to the question?
Can you repeat the last part?
Okay. He answered high-level academic content. Do you agree with him?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, okay.
The beginning of the question was not completely clear. Just
okay. Yesterday I asked Serhat, the previous academic days leader, if he thinks it better to aim for high-level academic content or better to aim for accessible for everybody, and he answered high-level. And do you agree with that?
Actually, I think it depends on the topic, but I think high-level academic content has no meaning when it's not accessible. So I think it's better to have the two approaches together and provide a high academic level which is approachable, and not that high, but that everyone can approach. I think it like that.
Thank you.
Hello, sorry, my voice. Sarah from local group Istanbul Yıldız. Congratulations on your application. I have one question about the IAM research that you talked about, like you want to do during your mandate. Do you have some list of the topics that you would like to research, or some prioritized contents to talk like during your mandate as the academic days leader? Thank you.
Actually, I have especially the topics related to technology, maybe AI, because these topics are more likely to be turned into practice. Like after, if it's not in collaboration with Vision, even like after teachers are giving lectures, there are some 3D machines and so on. So like students can actually easily practice it by themselves, and it would be much more efficient for them. So I want to make more research on the topics related with technology, because they are mostly up-to-date topics, so I really want to do that.
thank you very much. It seems we have one last question.
Beyzaoğlu, LG Istanbul Boğaziçi. So my question is about the collaboration. Since we already know academic days event usually have company visits too, one or two. But how are you planning to differentiate the collaboration from a normal academic days event? Even if you had more company visits, wouldn't it be hard to squeeze many high-level expertise knowledge on less lectures?
I think it wouldn't be, because Vision also has an important knowledge, and I think when we combine our ideas together, we can make something better. And I think it wouldn't be like so tight about the lectures and so on. I think it would be fit in a day. Like there may be different concepts, maybe 3-day lecture, and then students can go to a factory or something, or other concepts may be tried. But I think like Vision has their own ideas and we have ours. So if we combine it, because actually these both teams are they're doing some things different, but they may be put together in the same aim. So I think it would be a beneficial concept. Like, it won't be that. It won't be like you said, I think.
Thank you very much. We have one question from Palau. Before you ask, can I ask the delegates to wake up? And I would rather have you go 5 minutes to the bathroom to wash your face than see you sleeping for an hour. Yeah? Yes, especially you. If you could wake up, that would be amazing. Thank you very much. Yes, I know it's been a hard night. It's going to be a harder morning, though. So, all right, thank you very much. Palau, you can have your question.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Palau, LG Madrid, Barcelona, former Vice President of Education. I wanted to ask you, well, first, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask you regarding the master classes. So you mentioned that they're going offline and that there's been a problem with people showing up there. What's exactly the problem with keeping them online, or is that not in the plans, or why is it going back to being done conventionally if doing them online was going so well?
Master classes are an online event concept. They're not offline, and they are like short lectures given by professors through online platforms. So, but I also organized a master class, and we had some problems. Like some people did not show up. Many people don't open their cameras, and it was a problem. But I think it's a valuable concept, so I want it to continue in a more successful way. And I think motivating people with some certificates, but it doesn't have to be official. Like they can be symbolic, but I think it will help to increase the participation number.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Palau, can you repeat the last part of your question just for the secretaries? Just repeat it in a shorter way for them.
What was the issue with the whole thing going offline, and why was it needed some incentive for people to actually show up?
Some incentive for people to show up. Okay, thank you very much. It seems this was the last question, so thank you very much, though, for breaking the ice with the first application.
Thank you so much.
Now we're going to take care of Lean Six Sigma. And I would like to ask to the stage Vasco.
Can you listen to me? I want to feel some energy, guys. Come on, can I get an hello? Hello. I feel like Freddie Mercury. I can do this all day. Hello. Hello. Before starting, just a quick example. I need to put this on because Lean Six Sigma is gonna. After so much time, I still don't know how to put this. I'm sorry, but maybe I'll just take it. It's better. Okay, so guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm here to present you my application for the Lean Six Sigma leadership. It's a 12-month leadership, and I'll start here with a little table of contents. So I'll make a quick self-presentation. Moving on to the Lean Six Sigma contextualization. Third, a team. Fourth, goals, and last but not least, questions. So, who's Vasco? This guy that comes to the stage saying that he's Freddie Mercury and stuff. So I was born in 1999 in the beautiful city of Porto. Shout out Francisco, I don't know if you're here. Currently, I'm enrolled with an integrated master's in industrial engineering and management at the University of Aveiro. I'm a music addict. I play drums, as you can see. I also play saxophone and bagpipe, but I'm quite sure you don't want to see that. I'm a football lover. I support the best team in the world, FC Porto. Here's a little of my esteemed journey. So I started in the local course Aveiro, where it all started, Lean Six Sigma local course in May of 2021. Actually, when I was coming here, in the plane before moving on here to Belgrade, I received a notification in my cell phone telling me that 1 year ago, I was actually doing my course in Aveiro. And after 1 year, I'm here applying for the leadership of this service. So it got me happy, you know. A little more, I did my first central course in Gdańsk, Poland. Shout out to Gdańsk as well, I don't know if you're here. Here it is, as you can see, some of you will appear in these images. Then my first local course as head instructor in Coimbra, Portugal, as you can see here as well. And last but not least, the last course that I delivered in Eindhoven, Netherlands. Some of you are here as well, guys from Eindhoven. Then I joined the team, the LSS team, as the instructor responsible, and currently I manage a network of more than 200 instructors from all over Europe. Here's a team chat when no one appeared, lol. Then I co-founded the podcast with Eric, Senna, and Umut, and hosted one of the 5 first episodes, as you can see here as well. And the times, so we won the local qualification, then the semi-final conducted by Liège, and we classified second in the European final. As you can see, it was close. Yeah, maybe next year. So, what is LSS? Basically, LSS combines statistical analysis and lean tools in order to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of industrial processes at the same time that it reduces wastes in, for example, money, times, etc. Why should I get a green belt, you ask? First of all, learning practical tools that can be used by any industry, having the knowledge in this unique area of expertise, and boosting your CV and increasing your chances at job interviews. So, overall, Lean Six Sigma Green Belt course, it is part of the academic department. It has reached over 1,500 students, not only from Europe, but also from Africa. It is a high-quality Green Belt certification certified by Dr. Gregory Watson, which is one of the highest gurus of quality in the world. It has a focus on learning by doing. That's the main reason why we have such practical sessions. It has low price, just for you to think. In Portugal, for example, the average price of a Lean Six Sigma Green Belt course is like 400 or 500 euros, and I did it for 40 euros. And it is taught from students to students. You know, this part for me represents the most magical part, because since we start our journey, since we start our lives as students, we're not often asked by people if we really think that education is done properly or not. And by putting your heart and souls into the sessions you're delivering as a Green Belt instructor, you actually have the chance to influence the next big generation, for example, of teachers. And that's the main reason why you can have a direct impact in education. So, the team. We have two co-leaders, Agnieszka and Juliana from LG Poznan and LG Porto. Agnieszka is also known as Aga and Juliana as Ju. That's why we have Aga Ju. Then we have the course responsible, LXIV. She's responsible to make the connection between the LGs and the team. We have the corporate relations responsible, Francisco, also from LG Porto. That corporate relations, as you guys already know, need to make also the relation between the team and the companies. Okay. We have the instructor responsible, which is me, and we have the junior course responsible, Dennis. Dr. Gregory H. Watson, which is the main reason why the Lean Six Sigma service exists. This guy gave his expertise for us to create this course. We have some former LSS generation and all the past leaders, and two guys I really want to stress here, which are Martin Buivets and Miguel Macedo. There are two mentors that really became two big friends of mine. Oh, your turn. Now, the goals. So, in Lean Six Sigma we have a very specific vision that says that through developing our students during and after the course, we cause European-wide measurable and accumulating impact in the organizations they work. That's why we can divide this in three main pillars: quality, sustainability, and expansion. So first of all, in quality, I want to keep developing the course content and modify it if needed. I want to keep improving the team's internal operations to make them as lean as possible, of course, because we're Lean Six Sigma. Focus on the capacitation of the instructors to deliver great courses. Keep developing the standards of the course. Sustainability. Develop ways to make sure that the current courses are continuity. Keep increasing the participants' knowledge after the course ends. Keep engaging participants to become instructors, and keep engaging experienced instructors to keep instructing. Now talking about expansion, take the course to as many LGs, universities as possible. Increase the corporate relations with companies from different countries so that people, once they finish their Green Belt courses, have the opportunity to go straight ahead to their internships. Create a platform for instructors interested in delivering courses in LGs without any instructor. And this one, which I think is the one that will cause most impact, create relations with NGOs to receive students to volunteer/intern and apply Lean concepts. I really think that us as industrial engineers and people that actually work with logistics and supply chain, or even though it is only, for example, continuous improvement, are the ones that really need to have this direct impact in this type of organizations to make them as lean as possible, of course, even though if it is, for example, to improve the logistics of medicines, if it is, for example, to improve the supply chains of food, or even though if it's only to increase and to improve the overall daily operations of this type of NGOs. So, this is the starting of the road. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Before proceeding to questions, are there any other applicants for the leadership of Lean Six Sigma? I take it as a no, so we start with question. We have the first one from the delegate from Seville.
I still don't know what to put this.
Can somebody give a microphone? Thank you very much. And we're going to proceed with the other delegate.
Hello, I'm David Barrero from LXIV. My question is, you talk about the member and you mentioned that you have a position inside the team. So I was wondering, now that you are applying for leadership, did you find a successor, or are you still going to have to do that work?
Yeah, I already found a succession for my position. I can already tell you that it is Rodrigo Souza from LG Porto. So yeah, I already have a successor. I try to talk with people before coming here and present an application. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Then we have the other delegate, and then we go to Dan in the back.
Matias Uppila, LG Laspäranta. From the point of view of sustainability, what do you view is the most important thing that trainers get out of participating in Lean Six Sigma?
What trainers get from Lean Six Sigma? Well,
Yes.
I think, as I already told you, you not only have a better perception of the theoretical concepts, and you can really get your knowledge into a more deeper level, but I really think that the main point and the best part of being the instructor is actually for you to have the chance to try to solve some issues that you've been faced with during your life as a student. So basically when you're in university, you don't really are asked that often if things are going well or not. Teachers are not that open sometimes. I know that it depends from university to university. But of course, from this type of courses, you have the chance to actually go there and say, okay, this is my time, This is my time to shine, this is my time to show how I think things should be, and to influence the next generation, so you have a direct impact in education.
Excellent answer, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll try to have all of the questions of the people that are standing up right now, so if we keep short both the question and the answer, we will manage. So we go with Danny right now.
Okay, Danny Burs, LG Eindhoven. As you might know, the relations between the finance people and Lean Six Sigma at the moment is not that good. Do you have any plans to improve it, or?
Well, yeah. From what I've been noticing is that Lean Six Sigma actually is quite distant from the STEAM network in general. And I truly believe, and that's something that I really want to do, and I already talked, for example, with Francisca about this, I really want to create a better relationship between us. So also with the VP of Finance, I really want to, the next VP of Finance, to meet more regularly, to talk more, to create a better connection, not only about work and about this type of topics, but a better friendship connection. This is basically my...
Thank you very much. We have a two from Arthur.
Arthur Michalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern. So following up on the financial topic, I was wondering because like the Lean Six Sigma team gets money from companies, so that you also have the possibility to support your trainers and invest some money for that good reason. If you can you can decide, what would you rather support? Like instructors to attend central courses, or instructors to attend also local courses of local groups where there are no?
Well, exactly the second point. That's the main reason why I said here that I really wanted to have like this kind of platform where the instructors could see in direct time what are the local courses happening. So basically, I truly believe that the way this course can be expanded is by getting instructors in LGs that don't have any instructors, without the need of people from that direct LG go to central courses to become instructors. So I truly believe that, for example, in Portugal we have a bunch of instructors. There could go people from Portugal to LGs in somewhere over Europe, of course, that don't have any instructor to instruct there, and create a new generation of instructors and expand the course more and more. So this is the vision.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question from Luis.
Louise, I will try to ask it. Louise from LGIV. You mentioned this platform for instructors. Could you give more details about it? Like, how do you want to do it? Have you already started working on it? Like the LSS team as a whole? Like, how will it be? What will it do?
Yeah. So we didn't start working on it, but it would be like some more of sort of a simple page, like a web page or something that could be a couple.org or something like in the events part. but that would only contain the local courses happening at that time. So it's not even a thing about central courses, it would be more about local courses for instructors from other LGs that could go there and expand the course. So this is more or less the way, because what I've been seeing is that in local courses you don't feel that much this team spirit as well, because instructors are from the same LG. So basically what I want to do is to create some sort of, more diversity and multiculturality and during those local courses. So this is the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from the gentleman in the center. Chris, you're next, so you can keep the microphone.
Palau, G Madrid, Barcelona. Thank you for a great presentation, Vasco. I wanted to ask you regarding including the Lean Six Sigma courses into formal education. So any thoughts about helping them get certified for ECTSs, get them into curricula? Any plans for that?
Well, actually, there have been some efforts to contact directly the universities in order to, make this type of courses even more formal than they are at the moment. I know that, for example, I'm not quite sure if in the Eindhoven University of Technology, correct me if I'm wrong, they already give ACTSs because of Lean Six Sigma course from Esteem. But I know that in Portugal at the University of Minho, they do. And so, yeah, this is something that we can discuss between the LGs, the universities, and the core team. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Pascal. Thank you very much. And we have Chris, and if you're very fast, we also have your mate from the trading card game, Couple.
Chris, local group Gdańsk. I would like to ask you, what is your, let's say, ideal vision for the future of the content of Lean Six Sigma? Do you believe that LSS should focus on developing the green belt certificates more, or maybe start pursuing also further ways of certification like orange or black belts?
Well, that's a really tough question. At the moment, we know that we want to focus on green belt, but this is a team. If there's anyone willing to create a black belt or so, I think that would be okay. But at the moment, I'm focusing on the green belt course for Lean Six Sigma.
Thank you. We are technically out of time, but you were actually fast, so let's take the last question from Eric.
Regarding expansion, Eric Wyszynski, local group Gothenburg, regarding expansion to other universities for the course, do you have any plan for that, or do you just want to make Lean Six Sigma more accessible for everyone? Or do you want to target more specific local groups?
No. What I really want to do is to make it accessible for everyone, because the main reason why this course was created here inside a Steam is to lower the price compared to the outside market, as I told you. So when I did my course, it costed me like 40 euros or so. I remember that before doing it with this team, I was like exploring on web, and I was seeing that it would cost me like 500 euros or so. So I think that there are two magical components here, which are the low price, first place the low price, and second place because you can teach it by yourself. So yeah, we don't want to target it. We want to reach as many universities as we can. We want to reach as many LGs as we can. We want to give people the opportunity to have this course, because this is something that really makes a difference in a job interview, really makes a difference in your future, and what we really want to do is to create impact, direct impact. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
guys.
Bas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joan. All right, now we have a Global Student Challenge, and I will ask Joanna to clarify a couple of points.
Hello, everyone. As you heard yesterday during the
Silence, please. Sorry.
As you heard yesterday during the presentations I made, we decided to not continue the partnership within Change, which means that Global Student Challenge will no longer be an offering as team. This was a decision made throughout the year and communicated with the team. As I explained, we are working on the new event-based partnerships. That's why no one from the current team applied for its leadership. But now Giuseppe will explain the legal procedure.
I will still have to ask if there is any applicant for Global Student Challenge. Francisca, are you thinking about it? Okay. Then we'll move on to the next one. And now we will be taking care of vision. And I ask to the stage Nissan.
Hello everyone. I'm a little bit excited, so we will see what's going to happen. I'm very honored to present you my application for next year's Vision Leadership. Thank you. First, I will introduce myself a little bit, and then I will talk about my esteem journey, and then I will talk about my goals. I'm Nisan Erdoğan from local group Istanbul Boğaziçi. In the upper part there is my lovely school, and the down part there is me in the flesh. Now, this gentleman, this beautiful gentleman, is Bilbo Baggins. He's a hobbit, and he had a great. We have two common points with him. First, the height. And then the second one is I had a great journey too, and my great journey is esteem. My great journey began in 2020, and in the same year, 2020, I became a board member in our local group. Since then, we organized 6 events with my boardees, and my central journey begins with the Global Student Challenge. I became a communication responsible in Global Student Challenge, and also Global Student Challenge was my first event too. And then in the this year's January, I attended ADD.com, and this was my first interaction with Vision. And then I started to join the Vision team and started to join Vision team meetings and contribute as much as I can. Now, my goals. My first goal is having a collaboration with academic days by taking the handover from the former leaders, which is a great opportunity for esteemers because academic days and Vision is very different but also very similar in various ways. And it will be a great opportunity for esteemers to experience both events in the same time, and also it will be a great opportunity for academic development department to build great bonds and like team building, and also this is the team structure that I had foreseen, improving the team structure with the following team members. Corporate relations responsible to get in touch with companies and represent Vision. Promotion responsible to making sure is every esteemer can see Vision somewhere and get to know what is Vision. Knowledge management responsible to record everything and create a knowledge accumulation in a system. Event quality responsible to get in touch with LGs and make sure that there are no improvable points in Vision events. And also team building responsible to make sure that we have a great and a great team. But my main goal based on team is developing a great environment that we will improve each other and we will get along well, and we don't hesitate to make mistakes and we don't hesitate to make progress. My other goal is increasing internal awareness about Vision. Vision is a great entity and the oldest entity in esteem network, and I want every esteemer to be aware of that. So I have 2 sub-goals about it. First one is a concept, hashtag Vision. It's a tag that esteemers can use their former attendance of Vision events can use in their posts as tags. Also, PR team can use in PR materials for Vision. And my second goal regarding to increase the awareness of Vision is Vision sessions as short online events, which is a concept bringing companies and esteemers together regarding the specific topics and create a network. Thank you for listening. You can approach me in any kind of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before going to the question, I have to ask, are there any of the applicants for the leadership of Vision? I take it as a nope. So, do we have any question? Yep, the delegate.
Anna, could you elaborate just be a bit broad the concept of the short Vision online events?
Of course, thank you for the question. For example, let's take a automotive company in hand. Take that automotive company as coming into Esteem and doing a short, for example, 2-hour session about 3D printers and what automotive sector is gaining from 3D printers, and it will create a network and also an environment of learning. It will be a short session event on the portal, so it will create a visibility for Vision too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other question for Nissan? It seems not. So thank you very much, Nissan, for your application.
Thank you.
And I close agenda point 52, applications for academic development. And now we have a break, and it's going to last from now until 10:40. So please, at 10:40, be on the chairs. Thank you very much. Have fun.
Also, the local groups who didn't receive...
Sorry. Wait a moment.
Sorry.
No. Them. You can speak.
Very short reminder, the local groups who didn't receive their magazines should get their magazines now in the break around the piano outside. And let me give you the local groups. Local group Delft, Hamburg, Kaiserslautern. What?
Local group Delft, Hamburg.
Delft, Hamburg, Kaiserslautern, Karlstad, Linköping, Moscow, St. Petersburg, Skopje, Zagreb should get their magazines now.
Thank you very much. Technical? Or going for the other games? No, it was technical, okay. Just a moment, people, let's hear the technical first. Can we have a microphone to the center, please? The person with the hand up. Just 1 second.
I want 30 seconds of my break back.
You want what?
I want 30 seconds of my break back.
Yes. Fair. Okay, see you at 10:40 and 30 seconds.
There is one on my table.
I'm sorry. Like yesterday, what? It's never happened. Oh, really? Yeah. Like, these people do you usually have here?
Nedostaje jedan mikrofon.
Ovdje ima dva zaposlenika i tamo ima jedan, jel?
Ne, ovdje ima sve ukupno 4, sad fali jedan.
Like
Let's start taking our seats.
Já, mon pote.
Let's take our seats. If Mike is in the room and you want the pillow back, done.
When is that going to be, Mohammed?
What?
MRI?
Am I really today?
Today?
I will be.
Okay, people, can somebody help me and close the doors? People near the door, can you help me and close it? Hello? Ahmed, can you close the door, please? Okay, done. Thank you very much. Let's take our seat. People on the side, please have a seat. We are starting again and we have a new round of applications, so please sit down and let's pay some attention. I open agenda point 53, application for personal development department. And we start with brain trainer, so I ask Olce to join us on stage.
Hello. First of all, who am I? I'm Gülce from local group Ankara Bilkent.
Sorry, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Okay. Hello, I'm Gülce from local group Ankara Bilkent, and I'm 21 years old, and I'm second year in my STEM journey. And also, I'm event responsible at Brain Trainer since July, and onboarding responsible at HRC since December. And also, I love nonsense things, but most importantly, I'm a dog person. To talk about just a little bit my little STEM journey, I started with an online exchange, and two amazing events followed that, which are Carnival Activity Night and Speed Dating, because I met lots of experienced people there, and it's motivated me to attend my really first event, my really first Brain Trainer event. Then I fell in love with STEAM, and I want to take a position in Central, and I attend STEAM 360 to get to know STEAM better. And then I attend my second Brain Trainer, which also organized from LG Belgrade. And also I decided that I want to be a part of the Brain Trainer team after the event. And also I fell in love with Serbian people. Then I attend Europe 3D Serbia. Then I also love my region. I attend motivational weekend, and I met the people motivated me to take further place in Central STEAM. I became a pro unicorn. Meanwhile, I attend another Brain Trainer, and I attend 3 coordination meetings, which are PDD, HRC, and TCDY. The reason why I attend Trainers Community coordination meeting, I want to see
problems, and I want to contribute more to our community. And then I decided that I want to be the next brain trainer leader. So I chose the opportunity and I attended leaders workshop in Novi Sad, and I'm here and honored to announce that my dear application for the brain trainer leadership position for the next 12 months. To talk about my goals, I want to start creating concept events, and the reason why is adaptation from online to offline is getting hard, as I observed, unfortunately, because attention and participation is really low, and I want to keep the balance of work hard, play hard, and how? This is the most important question, I believe. I want to create short online brain trainer events, not online brain trainer events like 2 days. It's like one night and 2 or 3 maximum sessions, and I want to collaborate. I want to create collaborative events with other entities and creating a strong PR strategy with working our other internal stakeholders, and it goes as our internal collaborations. The why I want to make internal collaborations, I believe we have some outdated documents and I want to raise the productivity. But how? I want to build a strong team spirit, and I want to create a close working environment with other internal entities. And other internal entities, of course, makes us create a road to external relations. I'm so excited. Why we need external relations? I believe that external relations provide us a valuable insight and continual learn and growth. And how? I want to encourage local groups to create a relationship with their local companies, and I want them get some money basically. And I want to improve team structure to do that, to ensure that, and I want to create strong internal collaborations as well. And these are my goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before continuing to question, do we have any other applicants for brain trainer? Seems like a no. So now we have time for some questions for Dolce. Are there any? Yes, we have one question in the back.
Okay, Alihan Esers from LG Istanbul Yıldız. Could you give more detail? It might sound stupid as like that, but can you give more details about how you plan to keep the balance of working hard and playing hard?
Sorry, can you repeat name, surname, and logo group for the secretary?
Alihan Soz. I mean, that's how it's written.
LG?
Istanbul Yıldız.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me well? I don't know. The work hard, play hard balance is, I believe that we are missing that part of events currently, and I feel like the reason why people is not really attracted our events, like we had to cancel our events because we were lucky participants, and I believe that's the reason why. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you pass your phone next to you? Oh, you don't have it anymore, never mind.
Okay, Alexandre Coquilleux, LG Lyon. Could you elaborate, congrats for your application first. Could you elaborate a bit more about outdated documents?
outdated documents, I found lots of BPDs and tutorials basically, and we are not really using them anymore. So we should make them current documents. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
May I add something? To do that, I want to collaborate with KFC actually.
Lovely.
Thank you very much. Can we give the microphone to the very tall gentleman in the back?
I'm just sitting.
And Gosia, if you could speak louder and closer to the microphone.
Okay.
Chris, wszczep, że się nie krząż, mi silnik gaz. A question I would like to have is that quite often it's being said that brain trainer is not defined well enough, and because of that it's hard to develop new concepts within personal development department, just because it's really easy for every concept to just say that, oh, it's just another topic of brain trainer. So I would like to ask if you have any ideas how you like to address this problem, and is it even on your priority list?
First of all, I cannot clear all the questions, so can you please repeat?
Sure. So, do you think that this is a problem that brain trainer is so big and that it's so easy for every topic to be just another topic of brain trainer? And if this is on your priority list to address it, and if yes, then maybe how?
Thank you. I actually thinking about that after our PDD working time. Yes, it's too big and too wide, and we can do whatever we want actually, but I don't believe this is efficient. So I believe we should have sites before, but I'm agree with you basically. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, Chris, people were laughing because they thought it was a joke.
Pedro Maria Cadarzi, local group Santi. Congratulations, Jose, for your application. I would like to ask you mentioned external relations, and of course you know that this year we've been trying to establish external relations in the team, but you said that you were going to focus more on the monetary part. But I would like to ask you, do you consider also the other offerings, the offerings that we are trying to focus on this year? For instance, collaborations to get input about soft skills, to see what the company's like, etc.
Firstly, as far as I understand your question, I want to redefine our team members, and by defining them, we have external relations team member, and it's only for STEAM.
Gosia, can you speak a bit louder?
Okay. It's only for STEAM company collaborations, whatever. And I want to make it a bit wider, and to ensure that I want to work close with LGSS, and I want to create local collaborations as well as creating collaborations for STEAM, central STEAM. I'm not sure.
Can I have
Is this a clarification for the question?
Yes, more like a
Yes, can you just make it in one sentence? Use your trainer powers.
Okay, so will you also focus on the knowledge part in the partnerships? Because in your presentation you mentioned only monetary partnerships.
Can you please say the first word that your question, because I couldn't hear.
Yes, in the partnerships that you want to establish, are you also considering focusing on the knowledge part, like gaining knowledge out of the partnership?
This is the value, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have a technical in the back?
No, it was 2 sentences, not 1.
Yeah, fair point. He's also a trainer, so he knows. So we go the last two questions, the first from the delegates, and then the lady in black.
Hello, Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. Congratulations on your application. Regarding the short online events, I was wondering if you are thinking about doing those in collaboration with the trainers community, and if and if yes, what will differentiate these online events from just another online training session? What will make it a brain trainer online event?
Of course, I want to collaborate with the trainers community more. We kind of like best friends, you know. To do that, can you please repeat the second question?
Yes, if that's the case, then what will make this online event a brain trainer event and not just another online training session that could be delivered directly from the trainers community?
I want that short online events as like short online brain trainer session actually. And to differentiate between them, I want to focus more motivation, like self-motivation in these short online sessions.
Thank you very much. We have the last question in the back.
Thank you for your presentation, it was lovely. Maria Giuseppoglu, local group Piraeus. I would like to ask, you mentioned Business Booster. What is your plan about the collaboration event?
I want to continue actually our collaboration between Brain Trainer and Business Booster because I had the chance to talk with participants and they are so happy, and I was the event responsible actually, and I'm so happy with the output. So I want to collaborate again and again and again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was all for this session. So thank you very much, Kosher, for the presentation. Now, before moving on, we have an announcement.
Hello, it's me and Votings again. Today we need to have an additional voting session for the vote of intention and motions, and we are going to go for an agenda change for that voting session. Dasha will inform you more detailed about the agenda, and also in the voting we will include the point of the half-year realization will be sent until the end of May as a point there. So yeah, just for your information.
Yeah, and as we have to make some changes in the agenda, we will have to add an additional voting session, so I'm going to present the changes of agenda in some minutes when I prepare it, and we're going to have a short voting of that, and it's important announcement for applicants. Guys, I'm updating presenters' agenda, so please check it out, because some changes were done, so you are prepared for your presentations, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we continue with applications, and we will take care now of Summer Academy, and I would like to invite Jansu to the stage.
Hello. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm Jansu from LG Istanbul Boğaziçi, and it is my honor to declare my application for Summer Academy leadership for the next year. So, as I stated before, I'm Jansu. I'm from Istanbul Boğaziçi, and I'm 20 years old. I'm a food enthusiast. I can eat literally everything if it only tastes good. I'm a bit of amateur chef and also an amateur photographer. And unfortunately, I'm known for my clumsiness. This is me from 2 months before. I was on a skiing trip with my friends, and I, of course, injured myself, just like every year. So my wish is to come back to my Turkey, come back to my country without any injuries from Belgrade. So my journey inside Esteem. I joined Esteem for 1.5 years ago, and 8 months ago I joined Summer Academy Central team, and there I worked as an events quality responsible for 6 months, and for the past 2 months I was working as an academic leader responsible. And for this summer I was chosen to be the project leader of the next Summer Academy, which will be held in Istanbul Boğaziçi. And so far so good. I participated in 10 events, including 3 offline ones, but yet most influential one being Winter Academy Budapest. Yeah, these are some photos from the event. It was a quite influential experience for me because I was working in the central team for 6 months when I went to the event. And it was amazing because there I was working in the central team, but it was the first time I could have seen it alive and having the experience. And I met some amazing people there. Some of you are here, and I'm really happy to be friends with you because we shared a lot there, and it actually motivated me a lot to be here on this stage today. Let's continue. And for this summer, let me make a shameless promotion here. We're going to have a Summer Academy in Istanbul. This is the house we're going to have it. And this is our school. It is quite beautiful. And this is Istanbul. We're going to have a city tour. And go apply. Anyways, let's continue with my goals. So, Summer Academy was first started 20 years ago as an academy which held in summer for 2 weeks. So that is why it is named as Summer Academy. But it has lots of offerings. Right now we have seasonal academies. So just to make sure, Summer Academy is a services name. We have we have more events than Summer Academy. And my first goal is to raise the visibility and recognition of the service. I want to raise awareness about Summer Academy esteemers, and I want to let more esteemers know about its offerings. And how am I plan to do that? I of course want to use Ilium. I want to share my work there and our team's achievements there. And I want to come up with a promotional plan if I became the leader. And I want to have regional chats with RCs for them to letting know newbies about Summer Academy's offerings. And I want to have testimonials from ex-participants of Summer Academy for instance, publishing in Esteem magazine. Let's continue. My second goal is being 4 seasonal academies during 1 year. That being a Winter Academy, a Spring Academy, a Summer Academy, and also an Autumn Academy. Why I want to do that? Because I want more esteemers to experience this amazing event because it is Esteem's treasure and it is an amazing opportunity. And the third one being keeping up the good teamwork, of course. Just like the service itself, Summer Academy team members also have a special bond between them. We are constantly supporting each other. We have a deep bond, I would say, just like the service itself. And I want to keep using Google Drive, individual development plans, and regular chats, of course. I want to have team building nights with my teams, just like before. And also I want to add this year online working programs, just like Slack or Asana, for my team members to see each other's on what are they up to, maybe helping each other, etc. And last but not least, I want to approach some new academic leaders. We've been working with George and okay, I forget that. So why I want to approach new academic leaders? First things first, I want to have fresh new topics, and I want to give each seasonal academy a unique event. Also, I want to have a collaboration with esteemed alumni because academic leaders doesn't have to have a professional background, just like professors from university. They can also be ex-Summer Academy participants who is interested in. And how am I going to do that? Of course, we have a database of academic leaders and participants. I want to use that. And also, I want some LG's recommendations. Maybe they can recommend their professors. And also, I want to have team meetings, especially dedicated for finding new topics and creating a pool of new topics. And this was it. And thanks for believing in me. This is Sumaya Mardi, my dearest leader. Thanks for supporting me, for being here. And this is my dear state agents. We have a beautiful team. I hope I can pass it on to the new generations of Summer Academy Central teams. And I want to thank my dearest LG Istanbul Boğaziçi. And this is it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Before proceeding, are there any other applicants for the leadership of Summer Academy? It seems we have a lot of them. No applicants? I take it as a no, so we proceed with questions. And we start with the whole department, it seems. So the gentleman with the white hoodie first. That's Moritz. Microphone.
Hello, Moritz, LG Berlin. So I've never attended a summer academy, but the basic concept is to have about 50 people attending, is that correct?
15, you said?
Yeah, max.
About 15, yes.
Okay. So my question is regarding increasing that amount of participants. I've came to hear the idea that there could be a summer academy with about 30 people. Do you think that's a good idea?
I don't think that is a good idea because here in Summer Academy, it is a special event in STEAM. We need to have one-to-one contact with academic leaders, and if we have 30 people, that is not possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thanks, Giuseppe. Louis Spencer, LG Berlin. Thank you so much for your presentation. Having attended a autumn academy that was really, really special and great to see that it's being kept on. I was wondering about the rebranding. You said yourself that your goal is to have 4 different events per year. That kind of defeats the name Summer Academy. Have you thought about that? And a bit of a question to Sen as well. How is that possible?
Actually, that was an ongoing step in the service itself. We talked about it a lot and decided not to go rebranding because Summer Academy has its legacy and history, so we don't want to change that. But we just want to emphasize that Summer Academy is actually the service's name, and the academies it offers is their events. So we're not considering a rebranding right now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question from the gentleman in the back to the right.
Hello. Eren Bahçıvancıoğlu from LG Istanbul LTU. Cansu, thanks for your presentation. You mentioned that you were the event quality responsible this year. Can you inform us about the feedbacks from this year? How do you see the quality of the Summer Academy events and how would you improve them in your mandate?
We had an autumn academy and a winter academy during my mandate. They were quite good, I think. Things can be improved, maybe. Maybe we can have chats with previous organizers and the new organizers, and letting the new organizers know what can go wrong and what can be calculated wrong, because there's always a problem with timing in all of the events. But we can have a chat with ex-organizers and the new organizers to maybe do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I remind people in the back not to chatter because this auditorium has been built very well, so I can hear you from here. Thank you. And now, yes, Chris, Delegate Maria, and we move on.
Chris, Local Group Gdańsk. I wanted to ask that in recent years, the Summer Academy is using very, very small amount of the academic leaders, and there's a lot of events, Design Your Future, despite the efforts of the team to try to establish new events with new academic leaders. So to ask, what's your plan to try to make sure that we are not dependent on a very, very small group of the academic leaders, and that the Summer Academy events are actually going to be different and not the same thing constantly being repeated?
Thank you for your question. It was a good one. Thank you. So I would say that after COVID, we're still healing as a service, and that is why my intention for my mandate, if I became the leader, is approaching new academic leaders with coming up with new topics for new academies. So that is how am I going to do it. We have a huge database of academic leaders, and I will make my best to approach new academic leaders.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A question from the delegate now.
Nijin Pilar from LXIV. My question is, okay, you were a part of the academic summer academy team, and are you do you want to change some things, or do you have some plans for the upcoming year, like some other objectives that you want to change actually?
Well, I want to have testimonials on Esteem magazine, for instance, for people to see and having the promotion of, and also I want to use, just like I said, online working programs, and maybe we can have short sessions, but I'm not sure yet. I will think about that if I get elected, so we'll see.
And sorry, it's just another question. And do you plan to do, for example, an online summer academy session?
And online?
Yeah, and online.
Well, for summer academy, events like summer academy, online doesn't actually work because we need to be face to face to have that kind of bonds with each other. So it wouldn't be effective, I would say. So no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have the last question from Maria in the back.
Hello, congratulations on your presentation.
Can you speak a bit way louder?
Okay. I wanted to ask, with which criteria are you picking your academic leaders, and have you considered collaborating with European professors of industrial engineering?
No, I haven't think about that, but maybe it's an option. Of course, I'm always open for options. Well, there is actually no criteria. We can actually, Esteem is a playground, and we can do whatever we want on whatever topic of any academic leader, so it doesn't really matter. And right now, I really want to have some new topics and new academic leaders, so we'll see it on the way.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This was the last question. Thank you very much, Cansu, for the application.
Thank you.
Now we'll close agenda point 53, application for personal development. And we have an announcement from Nicolina.
Guys, the people that are delegates, you're not supposed to swap places with other people from your LG. We've been seeing that some of you are changing places and some become delegate, and then, yes, this is not supposed to happen. We have delegates and we have extra places. These are separate positions. So please keep that in mind. And the people in the back, please wake up and please come closer to us and not in the last row.
We have two, I think, yes.
Teodora Tanchevska, local group Skopje. Our delegate was sick, so I took his place.
For letting us know, please let us know in advance the next time.
Okay, sorry.
And if I can add something, all of the delegates have to be in the G8 at all of the times. It's not like, you swap at one point. All of the time, all of the delegates. Thank you very much. So please text your delegates that are missing. And it will be very nice if one organizer can do a round outside to see if there are some people that are taking a longer break, let's say, and invite them to join us back. That being said, I open agenda point 54, application for intercultural development department. I think they liked it. And we start with Activity Week, and I would like to invite to the stage Beto.
It's
our chairperson said, I'm here to present to you my application for Activity Week leadership. So,
Can you speak just a bit closer to the microphone?
okay. I think it doesn't. I'll start with introducing myself shortly. My name is Receivables. I'm 19 years old. I'm a second year industrial engineering student, and I'm from LXIV ITU. And a fun fact about me is I'm kind of a sitcom freak. I have a space in my mind that is filled with the quotes from sitcoms. So, let's get to my journey. My STEAM journey started in November 2020. As you all remember that back then it was only online events and I had no other chance to go to them actually. So I had a lot of online events along the year. You can see it here. And then I attended LXII council meeting as a delegate in May 2021. And after these online events, I had the motivation to apply for the local group responsible in my local board. And I got elected in June 2021. You can see here my favorite memories actually. And then when I got elected as an LR, I wanted to do something more in the central level as well. That's when I applied for Activity Week team in July 2021. And I had been working in there as a communication responsible ever since. And then lastly, I attended IDDCom in February 2022. And that was actually the event where I realized that I wanted to do something bigger in STEAM and apply for a leadership. Yeah. Okay. So, but why Activity Week? Firstly, my first reason would be the room for imagination that the Activity Week events hold. Basically, the organizer LGs can implement any idea in their mind as long as it is culturally accepted and okay. So I think this is something to be admired in STEAM. Secondly, I think the event itself has a potential to grow. So beyond its box, that it can actually collaborate with a career event or any other event actually basically. So I think that's something to be admired as well. And of course, lastly but not least, the intercultural aspect of Activity Weeks, which was the first thing actually got me hooked up. So, what are my plans? What are my goals for my mandate? Firstly, I will be complementing the cultural aspect of the Activity Week events. And how do I do that? Firstly, I have the idea of encouraging the LGs to add their agendas, the event agendas, some unique activities, some sessions about their cultures so that they can be culturally rich and complementing. And secondly, cultural survey to determine so that we can have a large database of concepts from all over the local boards and actually all over at STEAM so that they can be that can be a lot of opportunities for a lot of LGs. Second goal is raising the visibility of Activity Week events or entity in general. How do I do that? Of course, firstly, I want to keep making posts and stories about the cultural upcoming events or cultural facts or memories from the events. And maybe some short online sessions that lasts for 1 or 2 hours that can be an introduction to a culture or maybe some games, maybe some trivia nights. And thirdly, I want to make an Activity Week memories booklet so that a lot of people can see what has been done and they can be inspired by that and they can be motivated to apply for an event. And lastly, for the slides, a PR templates to offer to LGs who has trouble with the PR strategies. It will not be mandatory, but I think it will, the LGs will benefit from it. My third one is maintaining a progressive team. Of course, as a leader, I'm going to have the responsibility that I should be providing them a good experience in the team, so that I plan to have some soft or hard skill training sessions along with team members regarding their team positions, so that they can be trained and they can grow themselves, they can develop themselves while working for Activity Week team. And of course, regular chats with the team and constant updates on the events and on the works that the other team members have done would motivate the other team members to go even further. And last but not least, optimizing the event organization process. For this, I have in mind, of course, in the base, regular chats with organizers, for sure. And secondly, in addition to this year, I think we can create something called Activity Week Blanket, where we can provide the potential organizer LGs some ideas booklet, which has been done this year, memories booklet I plan to do, the checklist, and VPDs to Activity Week event organization. So yeah, I have all that said. So if you have any questions, I can.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all of the applicants so far for having respected the time in front of them. Great work. Before going to questions, are there any applications for leadership of Activity Week? Alex, are you thinking about it? No applications? Then we move on to questions. And we have the delegate first, and then Alex in the back.
Polina Petrova, local group Kiev. Congrats with your application. Do you plan to continue your collaboration with local group exchange about regional exchanges? And if not, do you have any other ideas on collaboration with other services in IDD?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that the collaboration between the LGX and Activity Week is pretty creative and actually can be benefited in Esteem. So yes, I think that it should be implemented. In fact, I really want to be the one that is organizing, so I want my LG to do it, but let's see.
Thank you very much. And we have Alex and then Lasse.
Alexandre Coquillot, LG Lyon. Maybe it's more a suggestion than a question, but about your toolkit. I suggest to work closely with Even Quality Task Group because probably...
Can you speak a bit closer to the microphone?
Yeah, okay. I suggest about the toolkit to work closely with Even Quality Task Group because a lot of BPDs are already done there, and like I think we can provide a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then last in the very back.
Hi, Lassi, LT Dinosaur, and for the benefit of secretaries, LT Lappeenranta. There was something in your presentation that caught my ear, and you said like, I would like to encourage LT to do more. And I would like to challenge that and change the word to facilitate LT to do more. How would you do that?
Facilitate to do the LG to do more. Yes. In cultural aspects, you mean?
There's a difference between encouragement and facilitation. How would you facilitate doing more?
Okay. I think this actually goes back to the application for the events. In the open calls for events, I think that it can be maybe implemented in the documentary where it says that the Activity Week events must have the a cultural maybe activity or a session so that the application should be valid or should be considered as something that is culturally rich enough to be an Activity Week. It's in fact actually something that has been done this year too in the application presentation template. There is a place for cultural activity or session. This can be kept, or in like beginning, it can be in the document.
Can we have a short two, Lassi?
It's a short one. I personally don't care about documentation. Maybe I'm more asking about leadership qualities of like how do you do stuff besides documentation.
Yeah, in that case, I think the chats with the LGs can be the key in this, because we actually make some with the potential organizer LGs, and we ask them if they have any cultural activity as well, and we just not encourage, let's say, but we tell them to just put some more activities in there. So that they can be firstly applied to be organize the event, and later on go on with the process.
Thank you. This was more satisfying than the original explanation.
That's a compliment from Lassi. Can we give the microphone to Palau? And never mind, you have it already, but before you ask, I would like also to invite delegates. When you have questions, please stand up. As far as I know, Betul is not known for being violent, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Palau, please, have your question.
Palau, LG Madrid, Barcelona. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you want to have more concepts and more cultural concepts. I was going to ask
Can you be way louder?
I was going to ask you, which kind of cultural concepts are you looking for? There used to be this idea to try to have every LG or a lot of LGs having their own signature, very local activity week. Is it in that sense, or what kind of cultural concepts are you looking for?
Can you repeat the second part of the...
Like, there used to be this idea for every LG, or every LG that wants to do an activity week to not do some whatever, but something that is very local, like the carnival or the ferry activity week in Seville or something like this. Is it that you're going for, or is it something different, more broad?
Well, what I mean by unique activities, I mean this can be actually both, because like an LG can implement whatever they want in the cultural aspect. So I think this can be done, and also we can provide them some, like for example, template activities or template sessions in order to make the event actually suitable for IDD. And I think, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question from the delegate from Novi Sad here on the right. And is it a question? Yes. What?
Actually, was a clarification for...
Oh, sorry. Yes, clarification first, then we have the delegate, then we have Anwar.
Okay, Rana, Istanbul, Boğaziçi. By the way, like it was a clarification for regional exchanges concept, like regional activity weeks. It started as a collaboration, but then like Hugo and like LG Exchange team and activity week team.
Can you speak a bit closer to the microphone?
Yeah, activity week team and LG Exchange team decided to finish it and like finish it, and activity week will continue that as regional activity weeks. So it's not a collaboration really. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we have the delegate. And then we close with Anwar.
Zorana Yablon of local group Novi Sad. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. A lot of applicants before you had an idea of having short online sessions about their services. So that being said, do you think that people are going to be interested in your online session, and how are they going to help you? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Well, in the past, there were some online sessions that were about some cultures. Like I think Russia did something like tradition night, as I remember. I don't know if I'm not correct. I saw that, as I remember again, they had a bit of attention and a good rate of, I guess, satisfaction. I think the people are going to be interested because I think I will try to make the sessions as interactive and as playful, let's say, as I can. It will not be just all theoretical or just some presentations, because it will not attract people. And yeah, I think that we can attract people that way. And what was the second question again?
How are they going to help you?
How is that going to help?
Oh, how is that going to help you?
Yeah, firstly, it will help esteem, and it will help the IDD actually complete its goals. And at the same time that I'm thinking we can make some promotions during these events about some upcoming activity weeks, so that we can attract some participants or some potential organizer LGs maybe.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question, the last question from Anwar, and I may have to ask both of you to be way shorter than usual. Thank you.
Anwar LID, LGDH. I have a question about the content of your events. So, being in IDD, you still have a focus on culture, basically. And how do you plan and integrating those cultural sessions in events that might be already packed in the agenda, knowing that you also have specific concept for each event? So, how do you plan on integrating a more general cultural aspect in your events?
Sorry, before the answer, can you repeat name and surname and local group?
Anwar LID LGDH. ANOUAR LGDH.
Just to clarify, you're asking me that a packed agenda, how a packed agenda can provide some cultural aspects.
How can you integrate general cultural aspects in events that have a packed agenda, basically?
Yeah. Okay.
And I have to ask for a short answer.
Okay, I think that in the leisure hours, maybe even like while traveling, while transportation, you can sing some traditional songs, or maybe like in a short notice, the local people can teach you some dances, like not exactly teaching, but actually showing you in the time, or yeah, basically just filling some free time with some fun activities.
Thank you very much. This was all for Activity Week. Thank you very much, Betul. Now we're going to see the application for language program, and I would like to invite to the stage Ayşenur.
So thank you for the support. I really needed it because my computer decided to just delete everything I've done in the last minute. So I want to show you my presentation I did this morning, and I'm gonna just improvise it. So I'm gonna start with a quote that inspired me a lot. Change your language and you change your thoughts. So this is something that I've actually discovered later than I started learning a few languages, and at first I didn't really realize how much impact it has on people, but with this quote and with what Esteem showed me, it actually changes your whole perception. So I decided to apply for a language program leadership. And I want to introduce myself. I'm Ayşenur. Most of you know me as Ayş. I'm 21 years old from LG Istanbul Yıldız, and I like music, singing, playing piano, whatever. And I'm interested in gastronomy. What I mean by that is actually watching MasterChef for hours. And of course, I'm interested in linguistics. It's not a surprising fact for a language program leader applicant. And don't expect me to know too much about too many languages. Like, I start them, but I don't finish them at all. So yeah, my Esteem journey started in 2019. This is my third year in Esteem, so I didn't really know what I wanted, but I attended the first online CM, a bit like for a newbie, I say. But it really showed me like what opportunities STEAM has. And then I joined language program. To be honest, I laid my eyes on it the first time I saw all the services, and I became the online offerings responsible, which at that time I was mostly responsible for language-wise system. It was a program that started launching, and it needed a lot of improvements, and we worked hard with a team of like 3 people, and then I decided to step up a bit more and apply it to the local board, and I became the activities leader of our local group. And it doesn't go. Oh yeah. And for the next year, I also decided to continue in language program, but I want to change my mission a bit, and so then the current leader started language community, which was a really huge opportunity for everyone. So I was the language community coordinator, and I organized so many online events. It was like a really great experience, and I think it showed me many ways that we can improve here. And I was also the president of our local group, and I'm also in the Mother Organizations Board as the VP of Finance. And I put the last CM in civil, especially because I was a secretary there, and I actually didn't really know if I wanted to apply for a leadership, but being on the stage and watching all the presentations made me really think about it twice. So I think there I changed my mind and I said, yeah, I want to do this presentation. So I applied to Leaders Workshop, and I want to thank everyone there because they really helped with everything I needed for here. So I want to talk a bit more about Zeynep's chapter. So for anyone who doesn't know, every language program leader has their own chapter. It's a tradition. So what Zeynep had was growing beyond the limits. And this year, I think we really did that. And now we are in a position where we provide opportunities for everyone who is in different levels of languages. So my vision for this year is to actually just take those things and try to make them more perfect. So my chapter name is, it doesn't come, but yeah, striving for excellence. It means it means basically doing the best we can do to achieve the possible outcomes. And my goals are in 3 different chapters, one for sustainability, visibility, and event quality. So to briefly explain, for sustainability, I want to just do new recruitments, especially for language community, because we struggled a bit about getting people active. So we need a bit more work here about actually pushing people to do more. And about the timeline. Since we started everything new, we did things for like, let's do this next week, let's do this event in like 2 weeks. It wasn't like very much planned. It was because we had to do it that way. But I plan to do everything planned actually at the start of the year to provide everyone an opportunity to learn like each language and do like more rounds for each one. And also distribution of tasks, because currently we are working with CRC about contacting with different language apps. For now it's Duolingo, but I'm also interested in contacting with Busu and Bob. Aim is to make that come true and make 2 countries have 1 event. And also language course events. I think some people know like we had some unlucky events this year, we couldn't make it. And I really wanted to do it, so that's another one of my things. And yeah, for visibility and promotion, for raising awareness, I think we can do more about doing PR on different languages and raise awareness on the intercultural diversity we have. And we can do promotion inside the services. This isn't something that really comes to someone's mind when it first thought, but actually the different offerings we provide people are for different categories, let's say. So these people are mostly not aware of the other offerings we have. My first aim is to show them actually all the offerings we have. And I want to provide LGs with the opportunity of organizing language nights by themselves. It is for two reasons. One, because it will be easier for us to organize, and two, I want to support the activeness of the local groups who are not able to do offline events right now, but they still want to be active. So I think it will also help them a lot. And the survival guide template, it's similar to language sessions template we have, but I know like every organizer struggles with a lot of things before the events. So I think we can make their work easier by just doing a proper survival guide template for the language part, and also having our logo there in case of the visibility, of course. And lastly, for event quality. So the language community platform right now is Discord. It was like a really good idea at the start, but because of the technical issues we had there, like our events crashing in the middle of it, the server not being able to do all that. So I'm thinking about moving it to Telegram, and also doing the events on Zoom, because also many of the tutors and facilitators are in favor of doing it so. Also doing some data analysis. I think it's weird, but it's for actually the organizers of language course events, because when we approach them, they are not really sure if they are going to have enough participants, and we have a lot of data about esteemers' choice about languages, like who wants to learn what languages, what attracts people the most. So I think analyzing that and showing the real data to them will help us a lot. And lastly, an activity pool. So each year the teams decide which activities to do on the events, and I say there are so many amazing ideas. And we have BPTs for organizing the events. We know how to organize them, how to make things good. But for the activities, right now we don't have that knowledge management, and I don't want these ideas to get lost in the ocean. So I will just give it away to the next leaders. Oh, lastly, I want to thank my leader Zeynep, because she's the motivation, she's the thing that inspired me. Also, her hair was red, and the language program's color changed to orange, so like I thought my hair color can help like the transition between us. And yeah, I can tell many things about her, but I don't think I have any more time. So thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I'm ready for it.
Okay, so as a reminder for the presenter, please respect the time in front of you. And now before questions, do we have any other applicant for language program leadership? If there is any that is actually applying, please scream. That was a laughter, so it doesn't count. Another thing, please everyone look to the person on your left. For some of you, the other left. Now look to the person to your right. Nice. If any of those people are sleeping, please wake them up. Thank you very much. Now we have a question. We start with the delegates. First, the delegate from Seville. Not a delegate. Trust me.
Hi, I'm David Ferrero, LG Seville. Last year in language community, you created the Discord channel about the community. So I seem quite inactive lately. So I wanted to ask you, what are your plans about the Discord channel? Are you pretending to turn it down, raise awareness about it?
Thank you for the question. Actually, at first when I thought about moving the platform to Telegram, that was also one of my concerns, because on Discord we have different channels for like different suggestions, but even though as a team we try to keep it active, in there we wait for people to write some things, and we can force them to do it. So on Telegram, actually, I'm thinking about adapting these channels into different time spans. So for example, for the movie suggestions, let's not wait everyone to do it in like any time, because no one does anything without like a certain time, without a deadline, whatever. So also I mentioned like I want to recruit new people for that. So these new people's work is going to be about actually doing some little activities in those channels to just push people, as like let's do a movie activity where just collecting answers from people. So it will be also better for the activeness of the channel, I think.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. I will try to have as much question as I can, so I ask you to keep it short. We will do delegates first, and if we have time, we'll start with Rana in the back. No, first the delegate from Eindhoven, and David, you can pass the microphone next to you.
Start there, delegate of Eindhoven. Actually, first of all, love the presentation for such a short time. Quite impressive. My question is about the language nights that you want to achieve with the local groups. How can you actually support local groups in achieving such things?
For language nights, what we need is basically at least 2 tutors for 2 different language levels, one for beginner and one for intermediate. And it seems easy, but actually it needs a lot of work before the event, because every time we need to talk with the tutors, explain them, and they need to prepare the presentations. And we also need to organize such things like the platform and the time and the promotion, whatever. And since we do it so regularly, like once in a week or once in 2 weeks, after a while it gets really tiring. And I think the person who does that work might get bored of it eventually. So providing different LGs, in that way it will be better for us. But for the local groups, it means, let's say there are some local groups right now that can't really organize offline events currently in their country because of like country reasons or different reasons. But I know some of them really want to be active. It's easy for them to organize because it's their native language, and it's easy to tutor for them, and we will provide the help, whatever we can.
I have a secondary, by the way.
We need way shorter answers. Way shorter answer, and I don't believe we will have any other questions after delegates.
Can I have a really quick secondary?
Is it clarification about your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, then yes.
Regarding the, in order to protect the overall quality of the language nights, would you prefer, or actually, are you considering...
Can you speak a bit louder?
Okay, is it better now?
Yes, louder.
In order to protect the overall quality of the language nights, because now it will be done by local groups as you want to achieve, do you consider making some guidelines to keep the overall quality the same or at this similar level maybe?
We have a new BPD right now, and it will, I think, really improve the quality. And also the activity pools I mentioned are for all the offerings we have. We have something basic for that, like the games we offer, but I will reorganize them in a way to show local groups like all the opportunities they have, and only job they need to do will be just to pick the options.
All right, thanks. Thank you very much. There was the question from another delegate. Question was answered. Then we have the delegate from Milan.
Andrea Di Peticia, Milan. My question is about the data analysis upon the...
Can you speak louder? Keep the microphone like this way.
My question is about the data analysis upon the languages which are more interesting for esteemers. Which is the source of this data, and how are you going to provide this data to LGs?
The source is first language body system. It's been going on for longer, so we have a long time of applications. We can see how many people applied for being a learner, tutor for which languages, and now we also have the data for the applications on language nights. And there are some old data about the offline events that were organized before. I haven't really checked them yet, but I know there's also like important information there. So these are the sources, and we will provide this data to the local groups we reach out to organize the language course events.
Thank you very much. And we have 35 seconds, and as I said, it will be the question from Rana. Sorry, everyone else.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, Rana Istanbul Boğaziçi. Have you guys worked on the concept of survival language courses in this next year as a team? And do you have any goals regarding regarding making it happen in real life?
Actually, like Zeynep knows better about that, but as far as I know, like it is a concept that's been worked on, but right now the problem is actually when we try to make that concept, it turns more into language because for the events we have, like even for the previous collaborations, the problem was if we want to teach the language to people, we really need so much sessions, so it takes the general of the event.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that an important clarification? Yes, then let's have it. Make it important, please.
Zainab Info from local group Istanbul Yıldız. There is no any work that has been done on survival language stuff because of the prioritization of the language course events. There hasn't been any offline language course events for the past 2 years, and that's our first priority. And on language nights, and then we can start working on something new.
Thank you for keeping it short. All right, then that's all. Thank you, Ajinur. Now, if you thought we were done with application, you were sorely mistaken. So we continue now with Europe 3D, and I would like to invite to the stage Robert. Robert, care for the time, it's in front of you.
Is it on? Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for being here for the presentation of my application for the UPD as a UPD leader, aka Panda leader. For the people confused, the panda is the official mascot of the service. I'm Robert Zestro, as you probably can read, let's go on to the presentation. First off, who am I? Like I said, I'm Rob. So the background, I'm born in France, but both my parents are German, and I started after high school in France. I went to Berlin to start my university. So from the beginning of my life, like in a very early stage already, I already was in the middle of intercultural relations and aspects inside of Europe. As a lot of people put a little more personal stuff in there, I thought I would do as well. When I'm going around having way too many activities, I really like to do social dancing as well, and Berlin is a really good place for that. So there's that. More importantly though, what have I done in STEAM? Like most STEAMers in my generation, I've started with everything online. This was actually my very first event by the very good LG Belgrade that is hosting this wonderful event here. I really like a couple more online events game, and I really look at these events back with a big smile on my face. I always wanted to meet the persons I had in the calls in real life, or meet the STEAMers in real life, and that I finally got that chance with Europe 3D Russia in last December. I absolutely love that event. That's really where my STEAM frenzy began. I still remember the sessions where we are talking for 3 hours about religion and culture in our different nations. After visiting the biggest cathedral in the city. I also remember the economic sessions where, some people were less awake than they were supposed to, but I think we still took something out of it. I also look back to the political sessions we had, which also were really interesting. You might imagine it being Russia. Definitely had a lot of insights about it there as well. A lot of esteem culture rounded the whole experience up, and for a first offline event, I absolutely was amazed by it. And when I came back, the only thing I could think about was to go to an event again, engage myself into esteem. I wanted to go to the IDD-Con, which was already mentioned in February, but sadly the day before I got COVID, so bad luck on that, but I guess I can, there are hopefully some more to come. And I had the chance to enter the UTD team in February as well, where I assisted the current leader, Fabian. You see him on the right. This page is probably the reason why I shouldn't be the PR team member. Anyway, I assisted, like the task I had was assisting Fabian with everything he had on the plate, so like or joining the group calls or writing the minutes, etc. And yeah, definitely got to know the team and the insights about it. I also had a chance to be project leader for the exchange with the wonderful LXIV. Last week I had 20 people of them. Where I definitely learned a lot about leading the team, organizing event, and of course also the problems that it can bring. So I can definitely bring that to the table myself as well. And it also forged my decision to become the UTD leader in a department and the service I'm working on. So what are my goals? What are my plans for UTD? First off, very important point, facilitating the information for externals. The oldest one might already know that, but EuropeTD is one of the only events where we accept externals, so other students not in the STEAM network to participate in events. It's very important to have a cultural exchange also beyond the network and to other people, so it's a really important aspect, in my opinion. And so I want to do a better job in informing externals, like the current leader Fabian already engaged a lot of things about it, and I want to continue on it. Make dedicated flyers, also dedicated website, which is already in work, and I want to really implement. There's also Isadora doing a video, like a team member doing a video right now, a trailer video. So I think this is really cool as well. So yeah, that's how we're working on. And also more tips for organizers. We have a best practice paper, which has around 8 pages and a font size 12. The text is probably also as old as it has pages, but of course nobody reads it. I probably haven't all read it through myself. That's a big problem. So I want to make the information for the organization has to read and to know what they should organize, or to help them better with that. Make one-pagers for the event and the specific dimensions, the 3D UTD, with also the associated activity pools to give them even more ideas and even how they can make the event happen in a particularly, hopefully, good way to look at way to make this way easier. Oh, I have one. Okay. Also, this is also not a new idea, but never have been implemented and really implemented. I want to do it. UTD booklet. We have UTD booklet. The idea is that every time the LG organizes an event, they get a page in the booklet where they present the 3 dimensions in just a couple short phrases. And so the idea at some point is to have all of the countries or most of the countries represented in a STEAM in this booklet and being able to read the culture about it. I think that is really, really cool as well. And last point, maybe in that new way, find new ways to present. I'm sorry. We already had heard a lot about short events. I would definitely go on that as well. It would also be a really good occasion for the LGs who can't make physical events due to political or due to internal conflicts, to still be able to organize some events because we could have had problems with local groups dying and short online events could be a way to fix that. I also have other ideas, but I guess I don't really have the time to present them, so yeah, you can ask me about it later. I'm finished. Definitely get in contact with me if you have any questions or any ideas or want to work in the team. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Robert. I love the enthusiasm of people that gets waken up by clapping and start clapping. Before questions, are there any other applicants for Europe 3D? Rejected. Any other application? No, yeah, imagine, yes, that's okay. Alright, session we go on with questions and we start with David from LXIV.
Hi, I'm David Barrero from LXIV. Regarding the booklet, have you thought on approaching all the local groups?
Sorry.
Okay. So regarding the booklet, have you thought of approaching all the local groups that have already organized a Euro3D so you could completely faster?
Thank you for your question. That would definitely be the approach I would take at some point. I would still start it slowly, start with the events that are currently happening or have happened in the very recent past. And then from there try to work on, is there any country that hasn't been represented or that isn't going to get represented very soon, which has been in the last couple of years. And definitely, it's a very good insight to approach the past leaders, the past project organizers. Like, we have a folder of all the past events, so can definitely write some project leaders as well to get them making a page. It's really not much. It's a couple of phrases about every dimension, a couple pictures, and I think that could be really cool. But that would definitely make the booklet progress faster. So very good idea.
Okay, and Robert, I have to ask you if you can be shorter with questions. Secretaries are having a hard time. Now we have a question from João, and then from Lasse.
Hello, João Pedro Pissarra Marques, local group Aveiro, and in the past there's happened the word Europe 4D, which covers one more dimension than Europe 3D. Do you intend to bring back that concept?
As I understood, the Europe 4D event was with the extended language session, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, then that's the one I'm aware of. In short answer, not really. I've thought with that with the current leader as well. The events back there.
Sorry, I'll also slower.
Oh.
Now you have time.
Slow but faster. I can do it. No, I've talked with the current leader. The events back then didn't have that much engagement for them that it's so worth it to continue on them. Also, there is a danger of it tarnishing the UTD brand, which is really, really important in the network. So we already have a language crash course in the events now. I think for now this is enough. It's not supposed to be your session only about the languages or focused on it. Like, definitely the crash course is important, but not much more. And I will more focus on boosting the UTD bands or like new ways in the ways I already presented.
Thank you very much. I have to remind you to get shorter. Just a couple of sentences, they get the point. So now we have a question from Lasse in the very back.
Microphone works. Hi, Lasse from Lappeenranta. I am not a huge fan of broad terms such as more tools. What is a tool that is missing and you want to introduce?
I presented that, but I can definitely repeat myself and go even further. First, sorry.
Lower.
No worries.
I know.
No worries.
Chill.
Calm down.
Therefore, the pages, the one-pagers showing like the very clear explanations and very easy to read explanations of what we expect the as a central team of the organizer team to implement during the event in the different dimensions. I feel like this isn't clear enough or obvious enough for the guys yet, so definitely need to work on that. Activity pool, have a list of activities in all the past events we can get from in the different dimensions, because sometimes they have local groups have troubles finding where they can implement the dimensions, and that will definitely help with that. And always look out to further help the local groups organizing, support them if they have any problems come up.
Robert, someone said the second series, they're dying. We need to have it shorter.
I'm satisfied, thank you.
Thank you. Now we have one from Alex, and then we go with Anwar, and I don't think we will have time for more. If we do, I will tell you.
Alexandre Coquillot, LG Lyon, you mentioned about a dedicated website about Europe 3D. Can you elaborate more on that? You want me to repeat?
Louder.
Okay. You talked about for Europe 3D. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, of course. So that idea also was also implemented, started or pushed on by the current leader. The idea is to have a website where externals can get infos about past events, get infos about what Europedia are about, so short explanation of different dimensions, photos of the past events, and also an apply buttons on the coming up events. That's the most important in there. I think we can definitely work on more if more stuff comes on.
And are you doing that with ITC or on your own?
I haven't contacted IDC yet. I don't know if Fabian has. He probably has.
Let's keep secondary questions for later.
Let's talk with that privately. I will definitely, because it's important.
Thank you very much. The first part was very good. Then we go with Anwar, and it may be the Anwar here on the very left.
Anwar from LG Liège. You were talking about extending your reach to externals. Do you mean by that you want to also increase basically the number of places for externals in an event? And what are the implications then for steamers? Because often your 3 events are quite well known for us and they want to attend.
Yeah, first off, basically since the beginning or since a lot of time in Europe 2D, we are supposed to have externals. This has kind of gone down with the times around COVID, but we definitely want to bring it back. So it's not a new idea and I want to continue on it. Usually the number is 20 participants of esteemed 5 externals, so around 20%. I would keep it for now on this number and we can see in the future. But is your question answered with that?
That was good. Thank you very much. We won't have any more time for questions, but I see that there are 4 people that are standing, so I would ask if you can add it to Pigeonhole and if you can check it in a bit or approach them directly.
Yeah, I can definitely check it and also talk to me directly if you want to. And sorry for the struggles.
It's okay, it was an interesting moment.
Short, shameless promotion. For externals, if you have friends that are engaged about the network, or any people that you think, oh my god, this team, UTD are the event that they can join, the only events, so definitely send them the links in the description. Thank you very much. Out of my state.
Thank you very much. Now, guess what? We have another application, and it's going to be for local group exchange, and I would like to ask Celine to join us on stage.
Hello, people.
Celine, you have the numbers in front of you.
What?
The numbers of how much time you have.
Okay. Hello, people. Are we awake? Firstly. Yeah, nice. So, I'm Celine Green and I'm honored to present my application for LG Exchange Leadership. Firstly, I want to talk about myself. I'm 21 years old, I'm in my 2nd year of bachelor's, and I love cooking, but I love eating much more than cooking, I can say. But who am I actually? Like, I can say I'm a bit crazy person, and I love making fun of myself. That's why these are the pictures that, like, the worst ones, as you can see. And I will cover these topics, my STEAM journey, my goals, and my final work. Let's get started. Yes, my first event was TimeSLQ. I was in the organization team, and it was such a good experience for me to learn about STEAM. I meet with STEAM with that organization. And then I get elected for Motivational Weekend as the first event. Thanks for ITU for this event. Yeah. And then I decided to apply for LG's technical responsible position. And in this position, I helped create an identity for my team, and also like promoting matching platform, etc., etc. I was responsible for that, for that work jobs. And later that, I attended to IDDCom, and I got the chance to get to know my team members, my other friends that and it was such a good event for me. And then I attended LG Grenoble. I got the chance to learn about my exchange, like how is it going, like what is the process, etc., etc. And training MEC leaders, it was such a life-changing experience for me, because like we get the best trainers ever, and organization was perfect. Thanks about that. Yeah. And leaders workshop was my last experience. Like I got the chance to meet with most active people of STM. And now I'm here to apply my leadership position. And my goals. My first goal is standardizing the organization processes. Like what I mean is that as the LGX is most organized event, some of the exchanges are not very standardized, not very qualified. That's why I want to standardize the process so that we can have the most best exchanges ever. So in that sense, I want to have new positions in my team, such as knowledge management, etc., and promotion maybe. And I want to improve the guidelines. Like what I mean is like maybe checklists, or might be checklists, and also might be some guidelines for also participants, because I think it is important for participants to know about exchanges, because as their first event is in general exchanges, they should know more, I think. And my second goal is related to my first goal. If we have better exchanges, I think newbies will be like more motivated for STM. In that sense, I want to achieve that. I want to increase the STM spirit, and in that sense, I will have some exchange traditions. I don't know exactly what these will be, but I will work on it so that we can have something special for exchanges. And also, we were before that we were used as a session, but from now on we won't have that session. So that I decided to have a new session for exchanges, and I think I can include these exchange traditions to this session also. That can make sense. And my last goal is making matching platform an actively used tool by LGs. What I mean is that, as you know, yesterday we presented matching platform with Hugo, and like I want to promote matching platform like shamelessly, because I want people to know about it, I want people to be aware about it, and I want to promote it in RC chats, like mails, BPDs, like everywhere, shamelessly. And maybe I want to have in the next CM a presentation about that also. Yeah. I want to thank the people, persons that helped me a lot in my journey, like especially to Hugo, of course. So, I have a... sorry. Yeah, Mediterranean people will know what that means. I can't explain it on the stage, but if about it, just reach me. Yeah, thank you for listening. Feel free to approach me. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. So, before continuing with questions, I have to ask, are there any other applicants for local group exchange leadership? I will take it as a no. You can breathe again. Now we're going to have questions. We start with delegates. We have first the delegate here on the right. Yes?
Alina Petrova, local group Kiev, congress, with the application. As far as we know that exchanges is the most visited event in Steam, do you think we should increase requirements about Steam awareness about like central opportunities in exchanges?
Yeah. Thank you for your question, Asfar. I definitely agree with you because, this is a fact, this is a data that newbies are beginning their journeys with STM. So that if we can promote, know about Central, they would be motivated about Central. That is one thing that I want to achieve. I want newbies to know about Central in the exchanges. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Delegate in the front. And then we have the delegate from Port in the back.
I would like to bring to your attention the second goal about reaching the newbies. As far as I'm aware, the previous LGX application also had the same goal. Could you please elaborate on the fact how yours differs, or?
Yeah, I can. In the mandate, focusing on all the goals at the same time can be sometimes difficult. That's why we couldn't work on it a lot. But I want to I think it's more very valuable goal. That's why I want to maintain that goal, and I think I have some good ideas about it. That's why I want to continue to work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The delegate here on the front. You are after her.
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Portal. Congratulations on your application. And I was, as you know, it was presented yesterday in the activity report. The LG Exchange is the most organized event after central events. And I was wondering if you think that that is a positive fact for STM as a whole, and if yes, why?
Yeah, I think it is positive because, let's say for inactive LGs, exchange is such a good opportunity to survive while struggling with warnings, etc. And when we have the most amount of exchange, we have the chance to share the culture, and I think I would aim to have as many of exchange I can have. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Filip Champagnan from LG Belgrade.
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Like this? Okay. I have an important question for you. How many hair colors are you going to change during your mandate?
How many what?
Hair colors.
How many hair colors are you going to change during your mandate?
Yeah, you will meet with my new personas, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's talk 1 day later.
Yes, this is not scary at all. We have one question from Luis. Oh, is it a two? It's a two on that question? Or on the previous one? Then yes, and then we go to Luis.
Hello, Luis from LXIV. Regarding the previous question, because my two was not seen before. But as we have seen, there's currently a problem of events being cancelled because they don't have enough applicants. Also, some services struggling to find LGs to organize events. So don't you think that it's a problem in that sense?
Yeah, it might be a problem, but we have another offer, which is triple exchanges. When receive enough amount of people, you have the chance to have a triple exchange, so that you can receive the amount of people that you want, and also that's all. Is that enough or not?
I meant it more in a way that aren't there too many exchanges?
Too many.
I'm not saying it is the case. I'm just asking your opinion because then other events don't get enough participants. But
can you speak louder?
She's saying that other events may not get enough participants if you think this is a problem. Correct?
Yes. Sorry, I can't speak louder. I have no voice left.
It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. Yeah, I think definitely that's a problem. I will try to solve that problems, and I will with matching platform and triple exchanges, I will try to avoid that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And the one in the back, were you trying to signal you were before Luis, or no? Okay, then in case raise a 3, do not start waving. Thank you.
Luis Metzger, LG Berlin. Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, tying into Francesca's question especially, we can see that in the network, especially due to the amount of exchanges, there are a lot of newbies because it is being used as a kind of newbie retention rate. However, you can clearly see that due to the amount of newbies, the esteem spirit is very difficult to achieve. We saw it in different exchanges during the last half year. How can you try to avoid / counter that?
Like I'm trying to, like I will try to have as many documents as I have, so that like participants, newbies will be aware of esteem, like what is esteem, etc., etc. And like with these documents, like with this like esteem promotion, let's say, I think they will be aware of where they like exchanges are not just about like being together. It is about the network. Like, is that enough? Yeah, thank you.
To the very back, to the very back. This is the last question. Just as a reminder, people with microphones both on the sides and answering questions, please look at me. I'm trying to help you see where the microphone has to go. In the meanwhile, for Johannes, yeah, I saw you, but you were very late.
I'm Zeynep Esayişler from Istanbul Yıldız. You were promoting the matching platform to the LGs to not get the warnings, so which is great. But my question is, are there any guidelines to how to organize an exchange? Because it's like nice to not getting a warning, but at the same time we also think about the quality of the event.
Yeah, we already have some guidelines about it. I think it should be improved and much more better. But like for, let's say, for the LGs like relatively much less active, we have some organization guidelines, and I will be working on it to like improve it. Yeah, go on.
Okay, thank you very much. This was all. Thanks for the application. Now, I close agenda point 54, application for Cultural Development Department. And I reopen agenda point number 7, changes of agenda point. And I call Dasha to the stage.
Okay, hello everyone. As you know, we are kind of short on time, and let me briefly firstly present you changes of agenda points for the next days. So, as I mentioned before, we had to add the additional voting session, and we just added 3 agenda points, which are voting procedure, or voting session fee, and voting session and voting results fee, and we put them on today. So after agenda point 57, we're going to have those agenda points, how it will affect the next day. Scroll. So on Sunday, we'll just change the name of agenda slots for the voting session 4 and the voting results 4.
Sorry, we have a technical in the back.
The text is insanely small. Can you make it full screen?
Thank you. Please touch. Silence.
That's all of the changes. So we just adding additional voting session, like voting procedure, voting session itself, and voting results, and we put them for today. That's it.
So we now need to vote with paper sheets. So I asked the voting committee if you can come forward and people to ready your voting sheets. All of the delegates, please ready your voting sheets. And on my tree, raise them. On my tree. Not yet. Okay, then 1, 2, 3. It seems it's accepted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dasha. Okay, so especially since this last clapping had very little energy, I suppose we need an energizer. Done, we can move on. Was that what you told me you don't need it? Now we need it. Is someone else telling it or I do?
One. Okay, I meant.
We wanted to ask if you can make it a bit shorter than usual. Try your best, my man.
Run. Yes. Yeah, quick one.
Okay, are you ready, guys? Stand up. Okay, you have to repeat what I say, but with the same energy and with the same flow that I have, okay? So it's like that. Hey, oh, really, oh! I'm gonna go back to my love. With the pizza in my head. I'm gonna be a pizza man. Hey, oh, really, oh! I'm gonna go back to my love. With the pistol in my head. I'm gonna be a policeman. Policeman. Pizza man. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man. I'm gonna go back to my job. With the ball in my head. I'm gonna be a Policeman. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man. Hey, oh, really, oh! I'm gonna go back to my job. With the tacos in my head. I'm gonna be a Jackie Chan. Because you're bad. Policeman. Pizza man. Pizza man. Pizza man. Pizza man. I'm gonna be a pizza man. That's pizza man magic.
Thank you, Aju.
In case you were wondering who came up with the song, that guy. Okay, thank you very much. So please sit down please. And if possible, let's close the door and people on the side, please have a seat. People on the side, please have a seat. Thank you very much. I close agenda point 7, changes of agenda point. And I open agenda point 55, application for Esteem magazine, and I'd ask Tanya to join us on stage.
My name is Tanya Gagic from local Belgrade, and before I start, I just want to say, if you're seeing me, you hear my name, you see this entity, and you feel like something rings a bell here, it's not you, it's me. I'm the problem here. I'm extremely happy to present to you my, not first, not second, but third application for the SC Magazine project leader. Don't encourage this behavior, it's not healthy. So, who am I? When I wanted to talk about myself, to introduce myself, I had
So you can speak a bit closer to the microphone. Closer to the microphone.
Yeah, sure. So when I wanted to say something new so that people that already heard this twice hear something new, but also people that don't know me get to know something that defines me as a person, so you know who you'll possibly be voting on. And I couldn't come up with anything clever to say, which is a bit concerning. But yeah, I'm still an IT student, I'm still a member of LG Belgrade, I still don't sleep well, and I still play Guild Wars 2. So I guess one thing that you can take away from this is that I'm very consistent in everything I do. And speaking of consistency, it's not a very well-known fact, because I don't really talk about it a lot, but I've been active in ST Magazine for a really long time. These are all the ST issues that I've been a part of. As you can see, there's quite a few. You can see the newest one. I hope you've all read it. Yeah, I've been in many positions in ST Magazine. I've been a team member, team leader, project leader twice, and now I'm applying for the third time. So yeah, I've been around for some time. And yeah, I didn't want to talk about my team journey, the complete one, because I've been around for 5 years, and at this point it makes me feel old to talk about all of this. But yeah, as for this question, Taki, have you had enough? No, that's why I'm here. And yeah, I'm going to stay for a bit longer. And now my goals for the 63rd issue of ST Magazine. First of all, digital ST Magazine. I want to focus on blog and online issue to make them both on internal ST web page so that it's, first of all, more accessible to everyone because the current solutions are not really working for all of the local groups, which isn't good for both the STEAM and for magazine. And also we get metrics. By having ST Magazine and blog on internal website, we'll get data about who accessed, how many people accessed, and what does that mean? That means money. So what I mean by that is, in discussion with CRC, we learned that partners usually ask for numbers. They want to know how many people access the ST Magazine and blog. So by having it on internal webpage, we'll have the data, so hopefully we'll get some money. Next step, expanding the outer pool. Currently we're relying on central STEAM and all of you that content, and we plan to expand to local groups and to external authors. And by external authors, I mean approaching people that have nothing to do with STEAM, that are just professionals in the fields that are related to the content we want in ST Magazine. And last but not the least, magazine versus who told you that. Basically, I want to promote ST Magazine to break all the stereotypes. Now I realize when I say it like this, that kind of sounds like I want to brainwash you, which is not the case. I just want to make sure that the magazine that you see, the picture of magazine that you see, is actually what the entity has in plan. So, for example, if you think, oh, I need to be in a STEAM Magazine team to write for a magazine, I'll say lies. If you say I need a perfect English to write for STEAM Magazine, I'll say slander. And if you think Taki will hunt me down if I don't submit a STEAM article in time, I'll say, well, chances of you getting slapped by me are low, but never zero, so take care what you're doing. And to summarize, I want more external content, I want online magazine space that is on our internal website. I want to focus and provide support for CSE. And something that I've learned in my previous leadership is that we need to focus also on long-term goals because it's really easy to forget when you're focusing on having issue every 6 months. So I want to make sure that after my mandate, there's infrastructure so that if, for example, the board decides that they don't want to print a STEAM magazine anymore, I can say, okay, you have everything you need to do that so that the magazine doesn't suffer at all. Then we have diversified outer pool, as I said, having externals as well. I want self-sustainability, that is by money, and support for the network by implementing everything I've said before. And this is a quote. It will show you the synergy I want to have between official ST Magazine and bullshit ST Magazine, and it's also my motto in life. It is, if you cannot dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. So that would be all. If you have any questions, please ask me. I try to keep this short because I don't want to get chairman's hammer into my head. So yeah, please ask me, and thank you, everyone.
Okay, before going with the question, I have to ask, are there any other applicants for a STEAM magazine? If so, please scream. Haven't heard anything. So we proceed with questions. We do the two delegates first. We start with Francisca and then David.
Francisca Trigueiros, LG Porto. Congratulations on your fourth application. And Yes, so according to the STEAM regulations, a project has a time span and a budget, and it didn't present as a budget. And I know that in the past years, I think it wasn't presented as well, but this has caused some problems during last CM. So I was wondering if you have any budgets to present us.
ST Magazine, the project that I'm applying for, is not in charge of budget. That is on VP of PR and.
Sorry, can you speak louder?
Yes, sorry.
Way louder.
Okay, sorry. ST Magazine as a project is in charge of developing the issue that the board can print. The board is in charge of printing of the budget, so that's why I don't apply with the budget and I don't present it, because it's not something that I'm in charge of by regulations.
Thank you. Then we have David and then Kai.
Okay, hi, I'm David Barrero Fernandez. Congrats on your third application.
Thank you.
You wanted to add local groups to the STEAM magazine, so I wanted to ask you which type of content are you thinking of a local group can put in the magazine? Do you have any examples?
For the content, the focus on local groups wasn't on the content, it was on getting more people. For content, there is various things you can write for a magazine. It can be literally anything that has any relation to STEAM or IEM. So basically we just want to get to people, because for us it's easy to get to central STEAMers. You know someone, I'm gonna ask you or you. But when it comes to actually getting to people that are not centrally active, it's a bit harder, so we want to focus on that.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question from Kai, and then we go to Johannes, which have been very fast.
Kai Heine, Berlin. I don't really need to repeat myself, but I still want to do it. Outstanding work, I think, in the last years that magazine did, and yeah, big fan. Regarding the question, it's a little bit on the visibility part of the process of actually writing an article. I remember myself being a little bit confused maybe how the process actually should look like, meaning we can recommend articles, we can recommend other people to write something, right? So you were asking in a form or in a spreadsheet about that. What exactly do you envision as like a good process, and how can you make it maybe more visible and clear for everyone?
Basically by spamming you all on social media, by promoting the process. We have started to do it in the previous mandate with Sonia. So basically we just want to keep doing that, literally spamming you all until you all understand that we want all of you to write. There's space for everyone. And I hope that answers the question.
It did, thank you.
Being aggressive, basically.
Thank you very much. Can someone give a microphone to Johannes? Yellow shirt, red pants. Yes, thank you very much.
Hello, Johannes LXIV. I think you have done a tremendous job in the SC magazine, and it's good that you have been applying for consecutive years. But do you have any plans to secure the continuity of the project after you decide to quit?
Oh, absolutely.
If you ever do.
Yeah, it hasn't been consecutive. That's the funniest part. I had, after my 2 mandates, I had the loveliest successor, Sonia, that you probably, most of you know. So I just consider this application as like a balance patch for the magazine, so we can work on the online aspect, the digital ST magazine that I talked about. And I definitely have plans. From the first day that I start the past time and this, hopefully, I've always worked on leaders and having on making sure that they're all set up for me. So you can look at Sonia, you know her, so you'll know where my goals are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you pass the microphone to Elif? And then we go to Maria.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Elif Nuran from Istanbul IT and Yıldız. Tanya, I had the chance to work with you, like it was amazing really back then, and congrats with your application right now as well. I want to ask a general question. What was the biggest challenge that you had during your leadership year, and how you are going to tackle it during the next leadership year if you will be elected?
Well, for the biggest challenge, it was definitely being limited to online world, which maybe sounds funny to you because this team magazine is mostly online, but having an online year meant that people, that it's very hard to get to newbies that we want to promote magazine for, and it was definitely hard to plan like online magazine comp, to know that you won't be able to do it offline. So yeah, definitely was one of the biggest challenges. Sorry, can you repeat the second part of the question?
how you are going to tackle it during the next, like the leadership year that you are going to have, basically.
Hopefully I'm going to have an offline magazine com after 4 years, so yeah, I hope that will solve all of my internal with my year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question from Maria, and if we manage, we'll take another one, and it will be from Palau.
Hello, Maria Giuseppe from Local Piraeus. Thank you for your engaging presentation and also for your work so far. I would like to ask about opening articles to externals. Don't you feel that it might be a bit intimidating for example, esteemers that want to write, thinking that they might have some professionals writing and maybe I'm not good enough? How do you feel about that?
Actually, I can relate this to Kai's question and to my answer by promoting the way that the whole process works, because once you write for the STEAM magazine, we have it covered because we have the whole team that works, that the quality of all subjected articles is, it's the same. We have proofreaders that do a tremendous, they do an amazing job in handling that. So I think that from that perspective, it shouldn't be intimidating, especially because in the past we've also had externals. We just kind of focused on internal for a few years, but hopefully with enough promotion it won't be a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take the last question from Paul. We go to Arthur instead. They made a deal, apparently.
I sold my soul, exactly. Arthur Mihalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern. Also, thank you very much for this great application, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be again a third amazing issue that you provide us. And regarding my question, I'm specifically wondering, and I love already the point, obviously, about the monetary part. So how do you want to approach getting money for the magazine in? I mean, do you want to revise the current proposal with the offline magazine, or with the printed magazine, and
as for printed magazines, we're currently, because STEAM magazine is part of contracts, currently we are kind of obliged to. It's revised, we'll have a conclusive answer on that, but also when I say we want money...
Can you be louder?
Yep, sorry. When I say we want money, it's basically providing support for CRC, so they can include a STEAM magazine, STEAM pages as a promotion part, as we already do with a few of the universities that are partnering with STEAM magazine.
Thank you very much. Those were all the questions for the magazine application. Thank you very much, Tanya, for the application again. Now I close agenda point 55, application for STEAM magazine. And I open agenda point 56, application for financial controllers, but we will leave this one open and we will do it later. Now I open agenda point 57, application for career development department leadership. And we start with BX for X days, and I would like to ask Rahinia to join us on stage.
So, hello guys, do you hear me? Yeah, everything okay? So, thank you for the applause. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the applauses. This is my application for the PhD leader for the 12 months. And I just wanted to say sorry that I wasn't able every GA slot because we had a lot of work as organizers. But some of you who didn't met me, my name is Strahin Janicic. It's really hard to pronounce, but you will learn it until the end of the CM, I think. I'm from LG Belgrade, and I hope that you enjoy CM so far. If you're not enjoying, leave the room. I'm 20 years old, and this is my I'm a third year of studies, and currently I'm CM finance coordinator. I'm the one who is taking care of money, and you leave your money to me, so probably you hate me. But I'm also a BX for X Days event quality responsible, and I worked in BXD team with Sigurd and a lot of other people who are really great people, and I wanted to apply for the leadership. Also, I like sports and movies, and also I hate 24 Kitchen because every time I watch 24 Kitchen, I want to eat, and sometimes it's impossible to eat 7 times a day. So, my STEAM path started in December. 2020 in a case study show. That's our biggest local event. And after that, I wanted to join Central because some guy told me that Central is cool, and that guy is Nikola Ivanovic, our project leader. So I joined the first chat with Joanna Vaz, and I had first the chat in English, and after the half an hour, I was I had a chat with Joanna, and after half an hour, I was, Mom, I understand her completely. I'm not so bad in English, and that's why I wanted to join Central usually like the whole year. And I went to the brain trainer. We organized it online. It was pretty good event. And after that, we heard that we are going to organize your TV offline in Belgrade. We had like 1 week of incredible memories, and that's why I decided to join BXD team and to be a team member. Sigurd invited me to the chat. We had a great chat, and I started to work as BXD. And in October, I started to be a finance coordinator of CM Belgrade. Why me? Always wanted to lead a team because finance coordinator doesn't have a team, and that's so sad. I think that I'm experienced because I'm working on CM, so there's nothing harder than that. Super motivated as always. 2 offline events, CDD, Com, and TNL that helped me a lot. I'm dedicated to work all the time because, for example, a year and a half ago, I didn't know how to say. I only knew to say my name and local group, and I know a lot of things to do in English now, and I'm always open for changes. I'm always open for people to approach me and tell me that is wrong, we can do it better, and I think that is also important for the leader. Am I the right one? I asked myself that question many times. Am I smart enough? My dad says no, but I don't know. But CDD, PLLs really helped me figure out that I want to be a part of this entity. And TNL, CM Belgrade helped me to realize that I can handle a lot of work. And TNL realized, on TNL I realized that I want to be a leader, and I learned so much about that, and I want to my entity even more as a leader. So here are my goals. I will go with each one of them. First is collaboration. We are already talking in the entity, me and Sigurd and the rest of the team, with the collaboration with Activity Week. Why collaboration? We need in our entity more practical things, because on faculty you learn your things like theoretical, you pass the exam and you're like, I know this subject, but do you really know that subject when you go to the work? No, you don't. That's why we need more practical experience, and we want a collaboration with some entity that has to provide maybe some simulation, a lot of case studies, and our goal will be to find hot topics and people that will get people interested. That's why collaboration is important for me as a goal. The other one is connecting online and offline events. We had like the first edition of BX for X hours, and I want to develop further that concept, but because it goes pretty well. First one was really well, but I don't want to forget about offline events. So my goal is to create online and offline events both on the same topic. For example, marketing, because I think today people must know both online and offline events if they want to be specialists in some topic, if they want to learn, and if they want to know how to do their job tomorrow or work. That's why this is so important to me. The third is constant improvement. I want to gather up highly motivated people, and when I talk about zero defect concept, I mean without mistakes. I really mean people should make mistakes in my team, because in that case you learn how to do it better, and then you just provide, after some time you provide events without mistakes and with full quality, and that's my final goal, because in that moment you are also building your team as a future leaders, and you're providing them the knowledge. And my fourth goal is cooperation with CDD entities and more meetings, more CDD meetings. I will insist on that, and I was thinking about 2 comps. First will be online to gather all the people and to get to know about the entity, and then brainstorming on development chats, because on CBD we realized that we have a lot of mutual problems that we may solve together. And the final goal of that is making each other better and making other entities and mine also better, and maybe some collaboration. And the last one is entity. I want to get feedback through some forums, through like, I'm out of time, Giuseppe, can I proceed? Better promotion, I want to add PR responsible, and I want to show benefits of our events, not just like, please guys apply, it's 2 days, like until the end of the applications. No, I want to show them you will get this, and that's why you need to apply for our event. That's it, and this is the quote, like, if you want to approach me, you just need to have idea and nothing else, because people without idea are so rich, actually. And that is my main point. Thank you, or should I say hvala, and you can contact me on mail, Instagram, not Facebook, WhatsApp, but okay. And you can always approach me during the CM, and sorry that I was a little bit more.
It's okay, it's okay.
Sorry, it's my first presentation.
Thank you very much, it's fine. Alright, you know the drill right now, so before going for a question, are there any other applicants for BX for X days?
Please no.
I would call you, but don't remember your name. So I think we're going to go with questions right now. So I think we had Moritz standing up. Yeah, what is it a question? I take it as a yes. So we go with Moritz and Mary immediately after.
Well, first of all, thank you for this amazing application. Great job.
Thank you.
So my question would be regarding a collaboration with Activity Week that is, can you hear me? Yeah. That is an idea, I guess. What do you think would be the biggest hardships working together with a service from other department?
Can you repeat the last?
Can you repeat a bit louder in the microphone?
What in your opinion will be the biggest challenge?
Well, maybe the biggest challenge would be like to get the event or some like simulation that will actually provide them a practical knowledge, because it's hard to just go with the concept like we want to join the event in some country, and it is hard for some event organizers to ask them, can we go with 15 more people that are going to be there and learn, because they have other things to do. So it will be the most challenging, but I will with my team search for the best option, and maybe it won't be just the event, like the event organizer for 5 days. It can be a simulation to some case studies or something like that. I hope that I answered on your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Meri Roska, LG Helsinki. You mentioned that you want to include hot topics. Can you be more concrete and specify some hot topics?
Well, for example, it is first two goals are like in some kind they are like merged, because hot topics can be data science or also can be a marketing. And then I think that people, well, because of the pandemic, before pandemic they really didn't know a lot about online about some topic. And now they are always getting up to the online, and offline is in the second plan. So my point is to bring that all together and to provide them both, because they need to work tomorrow in both environments, offline and online.
Thank you very much. Now we have the last two questions. The first one from the delegate in the back, and then the delegate in the front.
Hi, I'm David Pereiro from Receivables. It's actually a bullshit comment. You said months ago you only know to say your name and locker room. That's more than enough for the secretaries.
Can you use the bullshit thing for bullshit? Thank you very much.
It's a double bullshit.
Microphone.
Delegate for an actual question?
Sorry for my voice. I'm Jennifer from
I think the microphone is not on.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Hey, I'm Cemre from LG Economy, and you said that you are thinking about arranging events, like both offline and online, but in the same topic. So is it like a hybrid event?
Sorry, can you speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah. So you're like thinking about arranging events like hybrid forms?
No. I was thinking of, like, for example, the online event about the BX for X hours on some topic, and then a month, like the next month or next 2 or 3 months, you go with the offline event with the same topic like we did this year with data science. We had an online event, the first edition of the concept of BX for X hours. We had it for 5 offline event in Porto.
Okay. Thank you very much. Since this was the last question, thank you very much, Harina, for the application.
Thank you, guys.
Moving on, we now have the application for the leadership of Business Booster, and I would like to ask Joao Pissarra to join us on stage.
So hello everyone. So I know that it's kind of late. We already had quite a few presentations and we are all very hungry. So I would like everyone to shout like, woo! Come on. Woo! Yeah, amazing. Okay, so as you can see in the presentation, my name is João Pissarra from local Group Aveiro and the leadership of Business Booster. Now, before I start my presentation, I want to give a little bit of context of what I'm wearing right now. So this in Portugal we call traje, and it's our traditional academic clothes. We wear it in special occasions whenever we do academic stuff. And no, I'm not from a very rich private school. I'm from a public university, and this is quite traditional. And yeah, give a little bit of context of who I am. Just a fun fact: I was born and raised in China. I'm 20 years old, and I am an IM student in Aveiro. About my STEAM journey, I joined STEAM Local Group Aveiro in 2020. So yeah, I'm Generation Zoomer. Besides that, I was a project leader of a brain trainer event, and I'm currently vice local responsible of the local group, which is kind of an awkward position. Not many local groups have it, but it's fun, I can assure you. Besides that, I was a secretary in STEAM Civil, so huge props for our girls over there. I've been to 20 events, 7 of them were offline. I want to highlight a few of them, the most important ones. First of all, be an entrepreneur for today's. It was my first major event organized by Business Booster. It was super fun, it was online, but yet it had all the content and it was amazing. I've attended 2 council meetings, I've attended CDD coordination meeting, training next leaders, and recently leaders workshop in Novi Sad. I've entered the team in August 2021 as event responsible, and it's still the role I have. Now you may ask yourselves, what is Business Booster? And basically, it's a service that promotes entrepreneurship, which are 2 different concepts, inside the network. So basically, it's all around innovation. And just a fun fact: this photo was taken in my hometown. It's famous for the biggest waves in the world. Now, why Business Booster? I have 2 main reasons for applying for this position. First of all, about the entity itself. I see great potential impact in STEAMers in the way that it can influence the career path of a student, and it can be the first step into a very successful life. And also, I just have a huge passion for it. I love the entity, the values, and the whole concept. About myself, I see various opportunities to grow professionally towards my career, and also something that really attracts me is the possibility to work closely with alumni and with other innovators. Now I'm going to start presenting my goals, and I just have this very fancy quote. No, not this one. This one. The value of an idea lies in the using of it, from Thomas Edison. And with that in mind, I have 4 major goals: offerings, team, external image, and knowledge management. And yeah, so I'll go into more detail for each one of them. First of all, we have offerings. First step will be reevaluate the event offerings to make sure that it's up to date, that the network still wants it, and people are still interested in it. Besides this, I want to integrate the new entrepreneurship concept. This was a very debated topic recently in the last month by the current leader, Maria, and basically what entrepreneurship is simply entrepreneurship in an existing organization, and I took this from Wikipedia, so it's quite good. Also, I want to better use our resources. There are a lot, but I highlight alumni and STEM incubator. And also reformulate the online courses to make it more appealing for the network. Now, moving on to the team, I have two major goals. The first one is increased involvement of the team in the projects to make sure that everyone is motivated, the team is efficient, and we're moving forward. I also want to assess the team position at the team positions and to make sure that that all of the needs of the service are covered. Moving on to external image, the first big point is increased awareness in the network. I will do this by defining a clear image and also using the communication channels of STEAM. Besides this, I also want to focus on the external branding to external stakeholders, and last but not least, I will do this by creating the needed PR material. So in this current mandate, the one that is ending now, we had a change in the mascot and in the logo, so naturally there are a lot of PR material that needs to be created. And finally, knowledge management. I want to increase support documents for local groups and for the team. I want to expand the current stakeholders database that includes startups, entrepreneurs, alumni, and incubators. And I want to use Google Drive as the main knowledge tool and implement organizational hygiene. And moving on to questions, I finish with this lovely quote from my favorite book, The Little Prince. It is the time you have wasted for your rose that makes your rose so important. And yeah, finished.
Thank you very much. Before proceeding to questions, are there any other applicants for the position of Business Booster Leadership? Virginia, you have one already. Seems not, so we can continue with questions. The first one, Maria in the back.
Hello, Maria Giziapoglou, local group Piraeus. Thank you so much, Joao, for your lovely presentation. I'm really happy to see you on stage. I would like to ask, during my mandate, we didn't have any collaborations with companies. So
sorry, can you speak way louder and closer?
Okay, sorry. During my mandate, we didn't have any collaboration with companies because we focused more on the knowledge management, since the entity was...
And slower. You have to repeat the question, sorry.
Okay. So, during my mandate, we were focused more on knowledge management since it was a thing that was lacking in the previous years. During your mandate, are you feeling like we should establish collaborations with companies on a long term? And also, are you planning to have some kind of funding through that?
Yeah, so of course that external companies and partnerships are very beneficial and funding would be great, but this is quite polemic discussion inside the network. And it's better to discuss that with the board later on. And yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have one question from Lassi and one from Petra.
Lassi Lappeenranta. What stood out to me in your presentation was that one of your goals stated along the lines of better use of resources.
Sorry to interrupt you, Lassi. People, can we please shut up when someone else is speaking? It's very important.
Thank you, Giuseppe.
Thank you very much. Lassi.
Yeah. So my question is, when you say in your goals, better use of resources, I would like to get some specifics. How are resources being used, and what would you change about it?
Okay, so resources. So I mentioned two big resources: the alumni and the STEM incubator. Those are two entities that are very close to Business Booster, and they've always traditionally been like that. But I feel that in the recent past it hasn't been used the best way possible, and I want to include it in our events, like in the way of a speaker or with doing collaborative events with STEAM Incubator, and continue with that.
Thank you very much. Sorry, is that true?
My question was, what would you change about it?
What would you change about it?
Yeah, so I would clearly include include those resources into the service, into the events, into everything that we provide.
Thank you very much. Now we have the last question from Pedro on the left.
Petra Maria Kaderzi, local group Xanthi. In the last month we had a collaboration. The entities of Business Booster and Brain Trainer had a collaboration. Do you have any plans for that? Are you planning?
Sorry, can you go slower?
Yes. In the last month we had a collaboration with Brain Trainer and Business Booster. Do you have any plans regarding this collaboration? Are you planning on continuing it?
Yeah, so overall the feedback from the participants was quite good, so I think that's very positive. It's a great possibility to continue with it. Of course, it needs to be discussed also with the Brain Trainer leader. It's a good event to continue. Maybe restructure slightly the structure, but yeah, it's a possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was the last question. Thank you very much, João, for the application. We have a technical in the back. Can someone?
Pigeonhole, please answer the questions.
Is saying to answer the question on Pigeonhole, please. I ask all of the applicants to check Pigeonhole and see if they have any questions for them. Thank you very much. Okay. Now I will leave agenda point 57 open. We're going to continue after the break, but before that, we have changes on motion for the receivable, and I would like to ask Danny to join us on stage. Jogging. Thank you.
Do I jog, but it's not there yet. Okay, so this is a presentation about accrued expenses. Arthur raised a very good point that actually there's also the accrued expenses that we need to change. So what are accrued expenses? This is the official definition, but I will just explain it in like easy language. Accrued expenses are like expenses that we know for sure that's going to be made. However, in this case it was the PayPal one, so like the one was a bit like harder. But we are 100% sure they will be made. So we put them in the next year, but there's no invoice yet. So we can't put an entry in Multiverse yet, which is our bookkeeping system. So the current accrued expenses, it's a PayPal cost of €3.01. It was at the end of Arthur's year, which is the 31st of July of 2020. What's the problem? The expense is part of the PayPal problem. So the ones that I talked before. We have no access to the account anymore, which is the reason that we cannot do anything with it. The receivables of the account are higher than the accrued expense. That's why we don't expect that PayPal will make a problem out of this expense. And the amount has not been paid within 12 months. So the proposal is to put the account accrued expenses from €3.01 to 0 cents. Motion accrued expenses, reverse the account of accrued expenses of €3.01 to €0, meaning we are not expecting the amount to come. Okay, actually we are not expecting to pay the amount anymore, and the account will be reset to 0. The €3.01 will be added to the other income account. That's about it.
Thank you very much.
Actually, yeah, that's the if rejected. It's like it will stay on the balance sheet. Sorry.
No, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will have just a couple of minutes for questions if there are any. Yeah, the delegate in the center.
Hello, Francisca Trigueiros, LG Portal. It's more like a clarification. I'm not sure, I don't understand, and I've been here for a while. Why do we need to vote on this, and why does the Vice President of Finance just not change this by herself?
Okay, so very good question. We vote upon this because we want to be fully transparent to you as a council. Also, I think legally we're not allowed to just change it. So I think, I know it's a bit, but it's €3.01. It may like not seem that much, but officially we just have to vote for it. So I'm sorry for that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Johannes Alila in the back.
Johannes Alila, LG Vasa. Is that money that is like, after all these years, is that truly the only money that is, I don't know, that
is?
Okay, so to just be not too like cryptical about it, it's just something we do in the bookkeeping, and we decided upon it in Arthur's year. At that moment, this was the best solution because we completely expected this amount to like be spent. However, we lost like contact with the account, so we cannot do anything with it anymore. We cannot pay it, but now like the receivables are so high that they probably like corrected it already in the account, but since we don't have access, we don't know. So that's why we did it like this.
Thank you very much. This was the last question. Thank you very much, Danny. And now we continue. Oh, you're still free, please. Now we continue with agenda point 87, voting procedure number 3. And I would like to ask the voting committee on stage.
Hello. So I'm trying to do it. We're trying to do it quick. We have actually quite a couple of votes being made.
Sorry, can you keep the microphone close to the mouth?
Closer?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first one being the motion from Arthur from Kaiserslautern yesterday regarding the budget, and yeah, we will put in it. I think we will put like a little description is in the vote, but it's the one from yesterday, and then the rest are the motions regarding the receivables that from the presentation this morning, and including the votes of intentions with the approaching of this company and so on, and also this motion that has just been made. Yeah, we will put short descriptions in there to remind you, but yeah. So how long do we have time? We will vote during lunch break, and when is it over? Yeah. Okay, I think it's going to be 2:10, so after the lunch break, whatever time they tell it will be over, you cannot vote anymore. If you don't get an email in the next minutes, emails approach us, and because if you don't get one, and yeah, or if there are any changes in the emails, okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Max in the very back, and then Elif.
Yes, Bert from LXIV Eindhoven. I hope it's the right moment to ask it, but we're now talking about the voting. We have 74 low groups that in total can vote. However, the first time we had 62, then we had 66. It means that, if you count the one from 66, we have at least 10% or more than 10% of the low groups that are not voting. We're a democratic association. How can this happen actually? Maybe it's a question to the board or to the voting committee. Is there something we can do about it? Is it? I don't think it's the best case to have like almost 10% of your people not voting.
I think Celine is going to answer this one. Silence, please, people.
Yeah, after we sign the voting ballots, there is also a reminder for the deadline of the voting. So we especially reminded people that you need to enter the 3 emails that you will be able to receive it, and if they don't receive it, they can always voting committee. It's a good reminder. Thank you. And yes, during the voting session, if anyone doesn't doesn't receive the voting sheets, just come to us. We will send it to you. And for the ones who receive but do not feel, I don't have an action point for that now.
I understand, but so it would be nice to have an evaluation afterwards.
Sorry, we cannot hear you.
It would be nice to have an evaluation about this point afterwards, because it's not a nice thing to have.
To Elif, yes, thank you.
Hello, Elif Akyoğlu, Mr. and Yıldız. Can board explain what we are voting upon during this voting session for the delegates to understand and remember yesterday also, because I think it's really important for delegates to understand, but as we just summarize it by talking, it is not clear. So can you show exact points of each motion and vote of intention, what is going to be changed in the voting, basically?
They will be inside the vote motion. What if accepted and not will be inside there, but I can still summarize it. There was a motion on the IR change proposal yesterday from Arthur regarding the change that we want to propose to GA cannot be closed until we have a budget, approved budget. And Arthur had a motion to change it to if the budget is rejected, GA can be closed and last year's budget shall be in use. We will have the voting for that, and also today at the beginning, financial controllers made the motion and vote of intention for the receivables. They will be also voted in that voting session. And one additionally, deadline to send will be inside the ballots.
Thank you very much. I suppose there are no more questions. Please, the voting committee, it's a bit difficult to see people. Thank you. No, it seems no questions, so thank you very much, and I close agenda point voting procedure number 3, agenda point 57. And I suppose now you can go to the break, and the break ends at 14:10. So please at 14:05 start flowing into the room. Thank you very much, have a good lunch, and remember to vote.
I'm sorry, also on the coffee break, I didn't go out. Oh, don't worry.
Oh, I got it. I know. I said that you know what I was doing. Then I was the president of the group. It's awesome. Yeah, okay.
Everyone was still doing it. And I was like, I finished my shift.
No, sorry.
Understand.
Yeah, it's strong. Yeah, or you can just write like there is a promotion, like the change to a very regulations to yeah. I don't know where they are. Maybe because really close.
Ako mi se javio i rekao da će platiti to i da treba da plati divlje.
Hi. Thank you. Hi. What?
Wait.
Yes, fish. What did you want to say? Nothing.
They said to write your name on it, so I wrote.
Name and address, please.
Treba da se čisti ovo nešto.
Ja ću pomoći.
Sa drame nešto. Krenuli su da drame. Što?
Ne znam šta su.
A da im puštaju kao da nose hranu i piće osim vode, ali kako radi.
You said yeah, just now. Because I was wondering maybe you said social mining instead of no, we just said okay. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Can you check it out? Yesterday, I came to you and changed the email address to send it to, and we wanted to change it back again to the old one. Yeah, yes. Oh, you sent it to the old one. Okay, so yeah. Okay, great. Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. It's the action press.
Come on, do it.
The voting committee, do you know where they are? Do you know something about like the second motion? Second motion about students. Yeah, I'm trying to find
No, basically, those two girls are literally the same as me because they're my two
Can you help me close the door? No food and no drinks other than water in the room, please. Can we close the doors? Do not bring stuff inside, please. Please, can we close the doors? We are starting again. People, we are continuing with applications. Okay, can we? Why half of the people are still outside? Can somebody call them? Like I can see them, they're there. Can somebody call the people that are right outside? Thank you very much. Can we close the front doors and not let other people enter through those? Let's have them enter from the back. Organizers near the door, please can you close the door and let people enter from the back, please? Thank you. Okay, we're starting. Can I have some silence and people please take your seats? Take your seats. Pizza man, you too? Please, yes, sit down. Elif, come on. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we're continuing with agenda point 57 and we have a new round of applications. We're going to start with the leadership of Times and I would like to ask Gemma to join us on stage. Important technical? Discernment. Common sense. Please have the microphone next to you.
Hi, I'm Untitled. Guys, our flag was stolen 2 days ago. We don't have it yet, and it could be nice to have it back.
Yeah, if somebody has the flag of Seville, please bring it on the stage. Let's not have any more technicals. Application now. Chairman, the stage is yours.
Hello. Guys, I know you just ate and you just want to take a little nap, but I ask you to just hang out a little bit, just a little bit. So, I'm Cemre Demirtaş and here is my leadership application for Times. So, let me just introduce myself first for those who don't know me. I'm Cemre, I'm 20 years old and I'm from LG Ankara Metro. And I've been in STEAM for 2 years. I started university and the instant second I was in STEAM. But other than that, I'm a cat and a dog mom. And you might be wondering, oh no, that's spoiler. You might be wondering if I'm a cat person or a dog person. Definitely, 100% cats. Dogs suck, they're stupid. I'm sorry, Dasha. I'm sorry, you know it's true. And other than that, I love playing piano. It's a real big passion of mine. Silence. It's a real big passion of mine. I've been playing it more than 10 years. As for my agenda, you can see my agenda here. See my time? Okay, nice. So as for my journey, while I was an online newbie trying to get motivation, I had the chance to be in the Times local qualification that we have, online one. And you know, like even though it was an online event and it was like basically my first event, I fell in love with the idea of Times and esteem instantly. You know, I've been into other cases so different, and I searched into it and I realized what a big and powerful event it is. So you can imagine my excitement about it when I saw the open call for Times team. So I got in the team and then we went to position-based working, and then I was the picture of me, Gökay and Ece, my leader and my co-coordinator. You know, like I just have a picture of them, but you know, like all my team, I just love them so much. They're the reason why I'm here right now. And after I got motivated to be a part of S-Team, I went to our LG summer camp, and in there was so many beautiful trainings and you know, like so many experienced people, and I had the chance to get to know S-Team a lot better. And then I was in our Recom, and that was the first time I saw people from different LGs. And at last but not least, CDD.com, I can't even explain enough what a beautiful event that was. You know, like so many experienced people, leaders, LRs, applicants, all of them together, and we shared so much. And it was such a beautiful event. The fun thing is, our leader Gökay couldn't attend the meeting, attend the coordination meeting because of a last day issue, and I was sometimes I was the one representing Times, and it was a beautiful experience because you know, like, at that time I was sure that I wanted to be the Times leader. You know, like I was going to apply for it. So I just want to talk a bit more about Times and the improvement points. So what did I do? In the team, I was the semi-final final coordinator, as I said, and it was such a big responsibility because after 2 years of without semi-finals, I was responsible to find them, and it was a big responsibility. But with my co-coordinator Ece, we found 4 lovely LGs to organize the semi-finals, and then we had regular chats with them to make sure they're okay. And of course, we had our final with LG Vienna. You're going to see a report on it tomorrow, maybe. And it was like we had regular chats, and you know, like everything was going all right, except for one simple thing. They couldn't find sponsorships at some point, and you know, like they were not going to be able to organize the event. So you know, like crisis mode on, and you know, like everybody was just searching for solutions for this, and somehow we found it. I can explain it a little bit more if you'd like to later. But you know, like that period of time taught so much in crisis management because I saw so many things: what to do, what to say, how many chats should you have, who should you approach. I learned all of it just by one thing. You know, like it was a bad thing, but it turned out great, and I learned so much for it. So I think it was a good thing, maybe. I don't think so. So after 1 year in the team, there are some problems that I think are important. So LGs are not that close to organizing local qualifications because they are having trouble finding participants. They don't actually know what Times is, you know. After 2 years of COVID, of course, it's no surprise. And this year we had a big problem with lack of communication. And here are my goals regarding those issues. Firstly, awareness for local qualifications. As I said, you know, like so many LGs don't know what the value of Times is. So it's really important to let them know how to organize one, how to find participants, and what the value is actually. I'm thinking about organizing 2 meetings. For one, advertising local qualifications, and for second, making sure that everybody knows the rules and the regulations, and they will know who to approach when they have a question. So that's it. And the second one is increasing visibility, especially for semi-finals and finals. They are not getting fee from the competing teams, so it's crucial for them to find good sponsorships. You know, like they can't organize the event either way. So it's really important that we have the PR materials for them to use. And when you search S-Team Times, the thing that comes in front of you is the old portal, which has a video that does not exist anymore. So, you know, if I was a company and I searched for Times and looked at that, I would think, no, I'm not going to pay for that. So, updating the web page would be a great option, I think. Improving communication, the biggest problem we had this year. Like many issues came because of this, and I think it's really crucial to fix it because. Okay, it's really important to fix it because we are a professional entity, and it's really important to have strict communication so that it continues to be that professional. Here are some solutions I have. Oh no, where did you go? Come back, please.
It has to wrap up as well.
Oh, of course, it's almost over. Okay, it's done, but no, don't worry. Awareness for local qualifications and increasing visibility was, like helpful for communication as well. Updating the web page would be amazing for letting the updates in there as well. Like we can just put the updates, the information, the rules and regulations there, and the meetings that we are going to have for local qualifications would really help for communication as well. Other than that, like the people who are responsible for times in the LDs, like the project leaders, the LRs, with all those people, we need to have a communication channel, like WhatsApp, Telegram, all that stuff. We need to have that, and regional chats are the best way to let the LDs know that what's happening in your entity, so that's a great option as well. So, skip all of that. So, sponsorships. As I said, like finding sponsorships is hard for it. The sponsorships they have, the LDs have, are more interested in local events. They don't see the value in international events, so they're having really big troubles finding sponsorships for the event. But that's what CRC is for, like to find international sponsorships. So working closely with CRC and finding more sponsorships with that and helping the semi-final and final organizing LDs is really important.
I'm sorry, we have to conclude the presentation.
Okay. There's two more, and then it's done. Time training, I want to organize it, sustainability, I want to have the exact same amount of semi-finals, and a picture of mine, and a night.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tamara, for your presentation. And now we have a second application for the leadership of time, and I ask Mary to join us.
Okay. Hello, I'm Meri from LG Helsinki, and this is my presentation for the Times leadership this year. So, a little bit about me. I'm 21 years old, second year student, and in my free time I play a lot of Ringe, as I've also been to the World Championships, and then I have the Nordic S-Team logo, because I'm extremely Nordic, as I'm from Finland, but I've played for Team Sweden. And yeah, that's like short introduction. I'm very motivated and fast learning, because you don't go through World Championships if you don't want to learn new things. And then about my S-Team journey. It all began in 2020 when I joined S-Team and also started my studies. After that, in November, we had the guild elections where all the officers and board is selected, and there I became the S-Team responsible. And in January, we had a further meeting where I became the LR. So I was the LR of LG Helsinki in 2021. And during that year, I got to attend several events. First, two offline ones, the offline council meeting and online online council meeting and online regional coordination meeting. But then in the autumn, I went to Gothenburg. And from the organizing of the event, I have learned a lot about how to manage a team and what it takes to be successful in this team. Our event was really good. We had received good feedback and we had over 50 applications there. Yeah, and then goals for my mandate. First of all, as Jeremy also said, there has been some lack of communication, so that's a major point I want to improve. Then secondly, bring back the prestige of the service. It's not as highly valued as it used to be, and then we will get better sponsors, better competitors, more competitors, and it will all in all be better with more prestige, and it will also be good marketing for S-Team in general when companies know about it and highly value. Then the rules and regulations, and there's an extract from the current ones, and it is up to the organizer to decide upon the equipment used for preparation and presentation, for example, computers, flip charts, transparencies, and calculators. I have not seen a single flip chart or transparency besides times in several years, so it's not up to date with the current working life. So I would like to implement more modern technology. Then action points to achieve these goals. Number 1 is to send clear emails with step-by-step instructions to the LRs, because this year there was some miscommunication, so that people didn't know that they had to sign up, that they're organizing the local qualifications, and when are the finals going to be, and all that sort of stuff. And then secondly, to be easily accessible and approachable, so that if there is still something unclear, they can approach me, and if I start receiving several similar questions, then I'll make a new email or organize meetings or something. But I don't see organizing meetings as the first option, because time schedules can be difficult with so many local groups. And then bring back the prestige. One point is to have good corporate relationships. For example, in LG Helsinki, we organize both junior times and times. Like junior times is for first and second year students, regular times local qualification. And there we have as corporate partners BCG and McKinsey, like every other year. So we already have really good partners that I think I could also use for the central position, as I have already been in contact with BCG. Then high standards in aspects, from accommodation to jury, like the jury has to know English, it has to be versatile, they need to represent several fields and know their things. And then the rules. I know the local complications can be quite early in the autumn for some, so it can be difficult to update the rules before that, but I will do the preparations and everything according to my opinion and my team's opinion, so that the next leader can implement them before that local application. But there are some paragraphs that can be clarified already before the local qualification as well. And then, research possible rule adjustments even more, and about the modern technology, I have been discussing that maybe we should allow making PowerPoints. It is possible to have one who is surveilling that there is no internet use, and also in the working life you are using PowerPoints, and it still allows to measure the problem-solving skills of the participants. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And before joining the stage, I have to ask, are there any other applicants for the leadership of Times?
Let's be 3 guys, come on.
It seems not, so we now have questions for both of the applicants, both Jemre and Mary. And the first question we have is from Luis. You already know this is not happening. I'm sorry. We have, sorry Luis, we have first a clarification on the right. Can somebody give the microphone? Oh, let's not let the girl run for nothing. No, she managed. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Clarification?
Regarding the, yes, Gökay Dündar from Istanbul ITU. May I say that regarding the rules point like that, actually we already updated the rules and the guidelines right now, and I will have a presentation on Sunday regarding that. I just did. And actually we can bring the rule regarding to some using computer during the presentations like that, and yes.
Thank you. Sorry, can you either repeat a bit more clearly or text the secretaries?
Okay.
With your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, we already updated the rules.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you give them okay, it has it.
Okay, let's go fast through this. Luis Metzger, LG Berlin. A question to both applicants. Seeing as communication standard is probably one of the most most important things in every team. What are you?
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Excuse me. Yes. What are you specifically trying to implement as a communication platform, and what are your goals for that? And measured KPIs if you have.
Within the team or to the local groups?
Team. I was referring to team.
Let's just keep just the answer short because we have very little time for both.
Yeah, so within the team, WhatsApp and regular team meetings. I mean, that's the best way of communication. And also, like, even though someone might feel like they have messed up and they don't want to speak about it, I want to make sure that they feel comfortable telling about it so that we can fix it in time.
So you're talking about communication with the LGs, right? Not the team, the team members. So actually, like in the Times team, there are separate pieces of, like the puzzle. There are semi-final, final coordinator or coordinators based on the next year, PR and events. Like they're so separated for each other. So I'm thinking, like having very regular chats with each of them, but like having all of them together is not my priority right now. So I'm just going to make sure that I have good connections with every part of the team, and then I will have regular chats to, like just have the team spirit. Like it's actually pretty similar to what.
Sorry, can you shorten up?
I'm sorry. Yes, it's that. It's really similar to what Gökay has done this year.
Thank you very much. Then, sorry, who was first, Luis or Ece? Okay. Then we go with Ece first, and then we have the delegate in the front and the delegate back there.
Okay, Ece Tekiner, Elcan Karamutu. My question is for Cemre. Since you didn't have time, you couldn't explain the last two goals of you. Can you briefly tell us what you wanted to do there?
Of course. Thankfully, thank to God, it was the short ones. As for Times training events, as I said, Gökay is actually planning to do one in the summer, but I'm planning to do one more, like find an LG, all that stuff, for different experience levels. So that's that. And sustainability, as I said, we had a good number of semifinals this year, so I want to keep that up. And if possible, I'm not, like saying certainly because everything can change. Offline semifinals maybe. So that's my way.
Shorter and slower, please. Both of them.
Okay. Do you need to have anything?
No, just conclude.
Okay. It's conclude. Yes. You're welcome.
Okay, then we have the delegate here on the front, and then the other delegate.
Tanay and Elcan Karamutu, to both of you. Both of you talked about communication as an improvement point. So my question to both of you is, how would you evaluate your idea and the experience transfer between the current Times leader, and to what extent do you think it has prepared you for your possible leadership?
So my thought is, like the communication has two main times. The communication between local qualification organizing teams and the communication problems with winner teams and the final. So these both should be solved. And like for the local qualification part, I was talking about the meetings, and for the final part, I actually thinking about having a strict timeline for like the announcements, the survival guide, all that stuff. Like the problem we had was, like we had so many problems with teams that we forgot actually to like keep it in the time, and like that brought some problems. So I'm thinking a straight.
Cemre, I'm sorry, we really need you to slow down.
Yeah, what was like about so can you like just briefly what was the question?
Can you repeat the question shortly?
How would you evaluate your idea and experience transfer with the current Times leader, and to what extent do you think it has prepared you for your possible leadership?
Yeah. I actually haven't talked to Gökay that much, but I have talked to several other experienced esteemers, and I have some previous leadership experience as well from, I don't know if you know AFS, the exchange student organization. I've been the president of my local chapter for 2 years, so I already have some experience from leadership, and then with the Times I have also talked to previous winners and stuff, so that's, but I haven't talked to Gökay that actually.
Thank you very much. Now we take one question from Ahmed in the back. Seems very happy about it.
Okay, Ahmet Kaplan, Istanbul Boğaziçi. So my question is to Mehdi. What is your basis on the conclusion of you saying that the time is not as prestigious as it was before? Like, are there any research on that, or any statistically significant data, or is it just observation at the end?
Mostly observation, but as well there has been fewer teams. Might be a lack of knowing about it, but also even if there would be not as much knowledge, if it's something prestigious, the knowledge will come and people would know. And the accommodations and stuff, I mean, Vienna was great, but like previous years there has, and yeah.
Thank you very much.
Maria Fanschel, LG Darmstadt. Question to Mary. You said that you want to increase the technological standards in Times. How would you deal with local groups who would be very motivated to host Times, but they just cannot keep up with the increased standards?
I would provide solutions, of course. I mean, one solution is everyone who studies has their own computer, so then we would just like make modifications, like turn off all connections, and there are softwares already used in the Finnish matriculation examinations, which blocks all except specified applications, so then they could use their own computers, and then we just plug in the USB stick, and then it would be like, then you don't need.
Just very short. Very short.
So we have the rules change actually. So it's not it's not forbidden now, but LGs are going to decide if they want to use technical devices or not. That's the rule. That's the new rule right now.
Sorry. Yes, just closer to the microphone next time. But we're getting there. Okay. Now let's take a question from the very, very, very back. Yeah, he got the microphone. He got the microphone.
Jan Häkkinen, LC Lappeenranta. Question for both. In the past, Times semi-final has been online, but in the recent years only. In the past, the semi-finals has been offline, but in the recent years only online. Do you want them to move back to offline, and if so, how?
So like in the past years, because of COVID, it was online, and 1 year it was because of
slower.
It was because of LGs, lack of LGs. But now, this year, we had online semi-finals because there was some LGs who had problems with their university. Like they couldn't organize an offline event, so we thought that it wouldn't be fair to have some online and some offline, so we changed it all to online. I don't know what the next year brings, but I hope it will be offline next year.
Yeah, my goal is to organize all of them offline. If there is some problems, I don't exclude the solution to have just like, for example, one online, which would allow more freedom and possibilities.
Then we have two last questions. One is from the delegate there, and the other for the gentleman without the name tag.
Without the name tag, wow.
Sorry, everyone else, please use PG leaders. You know how it works. Please check it.
Zar from LG Liège. So as it has been said, Times is less has less success than the previous years. And like this year we had like less local qualifications. So the plans to motivate the LGs and members again, like it's for both of you the question.
Yeah, for sure. Some local qualifications were actually held, but they were just not announced because once they were asked like, hey, we held the local qualifications and everything, it was too late to like send the team to semifinals and stuff. So there has been more than announced. But I would send a clear email like, hey, this thing. And if there is some local groups that haven't organized in many years, then I might personally approach them and say, hey, do you have a specific reason? If there's something you're wondering, and that sort of stuff.
So as I mentioned in the beginning, we had some investigation about it, and actually the main problems are trouble finding participants and lack of awareness. So, like for the lack of awareness, I'm just going to make sure that every LG knows what Times is, like with regional chats, like creating a WhatsApp group or something like that, and organizing meetings. And as for, yeah, that's it. Okay, sorry. Is it? No, I forgot. Sorry.
Then we have the very last question in the back.
Voice is coming? Yeah, okay. I'm Aris Nishan from LG Istanbul Boğaziçi. This is a question for Mary. This entity contains a lot of rules and regulations in itself, and as a promotion responsible of Times, I think the leadership of Times requires an aspect from inside. How do you evaluate this situation and as an applicant outside from the Times? Thank you.
Can you like repeat?
I want to say that I think the Times has Times leadership must get some aspects from inside, from working experiences. Do you evaluate this situation? What do you think about your situation as an applicant from outside the Times? Thank you.
We have big traditions in Helsinki for Times, and also like that's why there is handovers. I'm a fast learner. Goke will have an amazing handover to whomever it is, and from that I will learn. And also I was at the CDD.com, so I've already heard a lot of things.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this was all. Thank you to both of the applicants. Okay, now I close agenda point 57, and it seems that now it is time for some punishments. Kaline, the stage is, please give her a microphone.
Hello. Okay. First, if anyone has a name tag or any item, can you please bring it very, very, very quick. Vision team. Guys, you need to stand up. Don't come here. You need to stand up.
We have LG Lyon.
We have Robert Sestro.
We have BX for X Days team and applicants.
We have Dan. Roman Davat.
We have Istanbul Yıldız.
Milica Mitic, events team member. We have activity week team.
We have a local group Bremen.
We have Fernando Perez, Olav Utler, Ersan Sarıcan, Adrian Nicolas.
We have Maria Rastovic.
Max from Moldova.
Mila Miladinovic.
Zarko Kolik.
And Max. And Mary.
And I also invite the publisher here to read the names of the people who were sleeping.
And the organizer of the council meeting, it seems. Organizers? Yes, also you. Yes. With the whole microphone.
Okay. Kaan Emre from Yıldız. I hope he's here. Görkem from ITU. Vaska from Porto. Robert from Braunschweig. Luis from Liège. Berit from Istanbul Yıldız. Delegate from Calabria. Özge from ITU. Burak from Istanbul Yıldız. Gonçalo from Aveiro. Delegate from LG Tampere. No? Okay, Meta from Istanbul ITU, Claudia from Sevil, Beyda from Istanbul Boğaziçi, Ata from Istanbul Yıldız, Gülce from Ankara Bilkent. Those are also involved in the yesterday's GAs because we weren't having.
Yeah, that's fair. It's fair.
So.
It's João Pissarra, not delegates from Aveiro.
Come on, Joao.
So, guys, yes. So So guys, you're gonna watch the video and play the follow the guy whatever he does. Okay? Hey guys, Sverige, you can be here. That's right now.
Hej och välkomna till dagens kurs i stamp med moi, Leroy och Joakim, min lärjunge. Idag ska vi gå igenom steg som cykelpumper och
Guys, you need to do the movements. Follow the way you guys do it.
enkelt stampande.
Follow the movement.
Stampa, stampa, stampa. Det är alltså bara ben. Och den så finns det den lilla bollen, liten boll. Tänk på att ha gunget i knäna. Höger, vänster. Höger, vänster. Höger, vänster. Stor boll. Bägge bollar. Här har vi bägge bollar. Funkar mycket bra när vi har mattiga. Ja. Och där så har vi plocka äpplen på det här viset. Sen plockar vi svamp. Svamparna kommer, plocka äpplen. Plocka svamp. Här har vi övergången. Plocka äpplen. Plocka svamp. Mycket lätt.
If anyone wants to join, feel free.
Cykelpumpen. Mycket lätt. Går du på sidan? Intensivt. Tvätta tvätten. Ett kilo grönt. 4 000. Välkomna till del 2. Den svåra delen. Där vi går lös riktigt psykedeliskt. Det börjar med vissa svåra pingismoven. Fortsättning följer grejen. Okej. Här har vi. Som följer. Vi servar. Psykedeliska ögonen. Och går loss. Gå loss. Och spela pingis. Serva. Där har vi den. Ja, mycket. Serva pingis. När man har lärt sig serva, när man har lärt sig pingis, alla de lätta sakerna, så kommer rasta hunden. Va? Gå till så här. Inget svårt alls nu. Men, som är riktigt psykedel.
Right. Now I open agenda point 89, voting results number 3, and I think there is a small announcement from Celine first. Is that correct? Can somebody give her a microphone? And the voting committee, in the meanwhile, please approach with the presentation.
Okay, so during the break, we sent empty voting ballot, screenshot of empty voting ballots to the Telegram group. There was one voting ballot which was sent by mistake, but it was not in the ballots anyway. So just I wanted to make a clarification on it since we received some questions. Voting committee is going to also add the screenshots of the empty voting sheet, so everyone will be able to see what was exactly voted upon, title and the voting results. And as a technical voting committee, is presentation ready or do we need some time?
We do need some time. I leave the agenda point open and we will present it later. So that. Then I will open agenda point 56, application for financial controllers. And explanation from Celine about the ballot is done. So I would like to ask to the stage Sophie and Merve. We have first the application from Sophie.
Alright. Hello everybody. As you might have seen on the council meeting page, I will be applying for the position of financial controller, and I will be telling you a little more about my application in this presentation. So first a little bit more about me. For the people who don't know yet, my name is Sophie. I'm from LXIV. I'm 22 years old, and this year I started my Masters in Operations Management and Logistics in Eindhoven. This is a master's program that follows on the Bachelor in Industrial Engineering, which I also did in Eindhoven. I started in 2018, and this is also the year that I became active in this team. Right when I started my studies, I joined an exchange to St. Petersburg. You can also see it in the picture in the upper right corner. There's also some more pictures of me at the STEAM events. There's an exchange to Istanbul ITU, council meeting in Seville, and last month's KFC-con in Novi Sad. I'm also a local board member. I'm the LR of LG Eindhoven. So that was like fun fact. Let's now get a little bit more serious, and I'll get you through my STEAM journey, so to say. So like I just told you, I kind of joined this team in 2018 when I went on my very first exchange to St. Petersburg. I really liked it. I had an amazing time, and this also really motivated me to become an organizer for when LG St. Petersburg came to visit us a few months later. Yeah, this was really the very first event that I organized. It made me really motivated to do some more things. So after that I became pretty active on a local level, both in my LG and in our mother association. I did several committees, such as the Educational Council, but also some other stuff. But back to the STEAM part. All of a sudden it was COVID, of course, so it was a little less traveling. I was mainly active on a local level, but then in 2021 I finished my bachelor's. I had some more time for myself, and also COVID was calming down a little bit, so I decided to apply for local board, and then I became the owner of LG Eindhoven. I joined the council meeting in Seville, and this is when I got also way more involved in STEAM. I really liked the STEAM spirit during the council meeting, and I got really motivated to also do something within Central STEAM. And that is when I applied for the KFC. I texted Tamara if I could be a part of the team, and since last January, I am also a team member of the KFC, which I have enjoyed really much so far. And I guess now we're here at the council meeting in Belgrade, where I am applying for financial controller. But first, I really briefly wanted to explain what a financial controller is, because I can imagine that maybe not everybody knows exactly what it is, and I want to make sure everybody knows exactly what they're voting upon. So the financial controllers really support the VP of Finance. They can do that in several ways. For example, they can help with difficult issues, or they check the budget. They ensure the health and integrity of the team's finances. So they check bookkeeping, for example. And finally, very important, they inform the council of Esteem's finances. That's like Danny and Evelyn did this morning with the letter that they presented. So, why am I applying? I just told you I've been of the KFC for a few months now, and I really enjoyed it. And I decided that I am ready for my next step and be a little bit more involved in Esteem, and I really like finances, so I thought financial controller would be the perfect position for that. What I also really like about the position is that I think you can be of real impact. And last but not least, Daniel and Evelyn are always very enthusiastic about the position, and they really love it, so I'm sure that I will love it as well. Well, that was the why. Now the how, in terms of relevant experience. So the experience that I have is mainly these three things. I've been the financial responsible for the exchange that I organized with local group St. Petersburg in 2019. Additionally to that, the Bachelor in Industrial Engineering in Eindhoven has several obligatory finance courses, and I really like them, so I also took some additional electives. So I have some hard skills from these courses. And finally, in preparation for my application as financial controller, I also joined the Esteem Finance Summit last March in Eindhoven, and that gave me a much better idea of what it is like to be a financial controller. So now my goals. I wanted to start with like a quick question. Who closely studies, like in general, the financial documents before they go to CM? Quick raise of hands. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. So often studying these financial documents is not considered the most fun part or the most exciting thing to do. But this does not mean that it is not very, very important. So that is mostly what my main goal for the mandate is about. The Esteem financial documents, especially things like the budget, often represent Esteem strategy for the year. They can also indicate which entities might get a little bit more of attention, will get a little bit more resources, and therefore it is really important that every Esteemer, especially leaders, are involved in Esteem's finances, because they might know best what the entity that they are the leader of needs. So yeah, my main goal is to really make the finances of Esteem more approachable. And I think that if they really have a way to receive the finances in a way that it costs them less effort, that they will participate more, understand more, and I think that this increased participation will also lead to the financial resources of Esteem used in the best way possible, basically. In addition, I also wanted to add, in light of the presentation that we had this morning about the half-year realization, there were some issues maybe with workload, handover, or bureaucracy. I think these are...
Sorry, can you start concluding?
Yes, I'm almost. I think that these are also very important things, and I'm also driven to really analyze those problems and do some creative problem solving in those. Well, that concludes my application. Thank you much for your attention, and if there's any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sophie. You can take seat in the meanwhile. We have another application for which I believe we have a video from Marve Aksoy. And then we will have one question from me if there are other.
Hello everyone. Today I will be applying for the financial controller position of 2022 and 2023. I'm Merve from Malta Istanbul Boğaziçi, and I'm active since 2016. I was the previous Vice President of Finance of Esteem. I am an expert trainer, and I also held the position of members committee leader back in the time. I have attended 9 council meetings, more than 70 events, and I had 4 different positions in Esteem throughout the time, centrally. You might be asking why finances again. First of all, I gained a lot of experience during my mandate as a VP of Finance, and since I was working very closely with my financial controllers, I want to now share my knowledge with the next generations and ensure that there will be no knowledge gap between generations. As you can imagine, I have a very high interest in finance topic, I gained a lot of experience in the budgeting and accounting, also with the help of other finance people in STEAM. And I would like to implement new processes to ensure this will be followed in the best possible way, and accurate presentations and budgets will be made for the future, including the realizations. First, I want to create an easy process for financial controllers and VP of Finances for the next generations, and including the year of mine. Because the processes right now takes time, they can be really a big struggle for both sides, and I want to ensure that VP of Finance and financial controllers can fulfill their jobs in the best possible and efficient way. I have a very high level of interest in finances and in STEAM. I know the structure of STEAM very well, and the strategy and the purpose and the direction of STEAM. So I think the combination of both interest in finance and knowledge in finance will create a very good support for this. And I want to provide support to the upcoming VPF, both with the FC and VP of Finance experience, since this is not always very easy, because needs to follow their own deadlines. But I can provide very good predictions about how STEAM's finances and accounts needs to be, and how it is going to be for a VP of Finance perspective. And why me? As I already mentioned, I was the Vice President of Finance of the 31st Board. I'm already discharged, and everything was closed successfully. And I want to make sure every deadline will be followed strictly. I think in finances, since it's our legal responsibility as an association, it's very important that we are providing the right information in the correct timeline. I want to be as transparent as possible with the network, with every changes and every process. Train the next generation of possible applicants ahead, not just letting them to grow and learn during the handover process. Thank you for listening to me, and if you have any questions, I will be answering them.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask, are there any other applicants for the role of financial controllers? No? Then we will proceed with questions. Now, as one of the applicants is not present, we will have questions on stage for Sophie, so you can join us. And Merve has contacted us saying that she's monitoring Pigeonhole, so if you have any question for her, please write there. She is waiting for your question in here. Any questions for Sophie? Remember, it's not about clarifications about the motions or stuff like this. It's a question about the application. The first one is from Arthur. The second one is going to be from Elif in the back.
Arthur Mihalczyk, LG Kaiserslautern. So the budget and everything, like financial documents, are sent to the members. Guys, can you slow? Yeah. Are sent out to the members and to the participants of a council meeting, and still we just had 3 people raising their hands. So maybe it's not the accessibility, or not only the accessibility, but how do you want to read those things? Like, do you already have like specific ideas?
Good question. I was thinking mostly in terms of the format. Like mostly now it's like a huge Excel sheet very often, and I was thinking like some kind of way to make it more accessible. For example, some kind of PowerPoint. Like I haven't thought of the specifics yet, but mostly the format. But it's just easier to follow.
Okay, thanks.
And the next one is from Elif, and then we have Alex and Johannes.
Hello, Elif Nuraklı'dan İstanbul ICU and Yıldız. Thank you for your presentation. It was really amazing to see you there. My question is, during this council meeting we had a lot of situations regarding finance and some motions, some topics like about regarding the deadlines, especially with the half-year realization. So to not face this kind of situation in the future, what will be your improvement points for the upcoming year?
I think there's multiple things that are really important. First of all, communication. There should be a lot of communication. And secondly, there's like a very strict person to work with deadlines. I think like setting really strict deadlines, a fair period in advance, should really help, I hope.
Thank you very much. Alex?
Okay, Alexandre Lyon, could you just explain why so many people from Eindhoven are applying for financial controllers?
That's a very good question indeed. Well, some people might know STEAM is kind of based in Eindhoven on a financial perspective. That might have an influence, I don't know. For me personally, I just know that, well, I see Danny and Evelyn almost every day, so I think for me that was the main thing. Like, they just talk a lot about it and I get excited as well.
From LXIV also. This is more of a clarification for the delegates. As far as I know, if nothing has changed, these two people are now actually racing against each other and we are electing two financial controllers, right?
Can you repeat a bit more clearer? Are we what?
We are still electing two financial controllers.
Yes, this is correct. We elect two financial controllers.
Was this properly clarified for the delegates?
I'm not sure, but this is correct.
So it probably wasn't, but hopefully it is now.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Are there any other questions? There is a technical on the left. Can somebody give him a microphone? She's running already. She's running already. Thank you.
Hi, Dan Mill from LG Eindhoven. So I'm not entirely sure if this is a technical question, but would it be possible to read either aloud the answers to the questions for Murph somewhere during the GA, or have Murph actually discuss the answers to the questions of Pigeonhole? Because from what I observed today, quite some perhaps a little bit untransparent things happen. I think it would be really good to clear them up instead of just most people looking over them on Pigeonhole.
I'm sorry, I think there have been something unclear and untransparent going on. I didn't got it.
Well, with licenses today.
Can you clarify?
We originally had two applicants from Eindhoven.
Yes.
One decided to step down because, well, last minute decision was made, and I would like Murph to clear that up, not just via text.
Can I maybe say something? Merv is willing to answer through phone. I think she's on the phone with Elif. Or we can call her, but she's willing to answer the questions if people want her to answer it live during GA, so everybody can hear the answer actually.
Yeah, basically as a clarification, what happened today was we had, as Dan said, two financial controller applicants from Eindhoven. And today during the daytime, former VPF Marvin decided to apply for the position as well, so we had three applicants for some time. But afterwards, one of the applicants decided to withdraw the application, so now we have two applicants for a position of two people.
So right now we have two applicants for two positions. Is there anything else you'd like to be clarified?
No, the thing is that I have a question about that to Murph, and I think it would be good to also mention that for the entire GA.
Do you have a question?
To Murph, yeah, but can I get the answer later on when I post it on page?
You can ask the question maybe, and if someone from the board can reply, otherwise we will write it for everyone later.
During Murph's mandate, she worked intensively together with the financial controllers Evelyn and Danny, during which year they were unable to find a new financial controller, not one, not two. And then this year they put in a lot of hard work to find new people. Then eventually they found these people, and then in the last moment to step up, Murph decided to step up. I think this is quite unfair to the people from Eindhoven who were motivated to take on a position. Why did Murph decide to do this application so late?
Okay, if you can also write it on Pigeonhole, and then maybe we can clarify the answer from Marvin. Okay, thank you very much. We take the very last question in the back. Sorry. Lastly, we have a two first. A two from Max, I think. I don't see you very well from here. No, it's really not Max, but it's still a two. We do first the two, then Lassie, and then we move on.
Nicola Philip, LXIV. I just want to...
Sorry to interrupt you. People, please, let's keep it quiet while other people are speaking.
Nicola Philip, LXIV. I just don't see the issue here. Why did the other people from Eindhoven that wanted to apply not apply and let the council choose between them and Merwe? I mean, right now, as it looks, if it stays at 2 applications, and yeah, of course, we can reject that, but we know that. And so, I don't see the problem. Why didn't the other person apply? We could have voted for them.
So the question is why the other didn't apply, instead stepped down, and I don't want to transform this into a discussion, so I'll just allow one last comment from the president, and then we move to the question from Lassie in the very back.
Yeah, guys, I would propose not to go into discussion because any time till the agenda point is closed, anyone can apply from the council or from the network with the students, or anyone who would like to can withdraw the application.
I have a question, of course.
Well, Alex's question about why there are so many applicants from Eindhoven for finance control. Or do correct me if I'm wrong, but to my understanding, STEAM as legal entity is based in Eindhoven, so I find it very natural that there are lots of people from Eindhoven going for finance control. That's all.
Thank you very much. Can you say name and surname for the secretaries? Name somewhere in the local group.
Lassi Uusitalo from Lappeenranta.
Thank you very much. This was the last question. Thank you, everyone. And for any other question, please approach Region Hall. Thank you for the application as well. Thanks, Mary. Yeah, sorry, we have no more time. You what? Sorry? Is an answer to the question of done? Then I suppose we take it, just because otherwise we would have waited. It's an answer from Merve to the question.
Then I use Pigeonhole for Merve to reply all the questions.
Okay. Then thank you very much. And so I close agenda point 56, application for financial controllers. And we continue with the voting results that we left open before. So I would like to invite the voting committee on stage.
So, as you know, the voting session is in the lunch break, and now we will present you the voting results. I want to announce that the first motion that is in the voting sheet is invalid because there is wrote wrongly, so there isn't count. It will be another one tomorrow. And I think is that.
I can clarify the first point while the presentation is opening. In the first voting, there is no specified time and healthcare realization as a whole phrasing. So to make the voting clear, we decided to have that specific person invalid for the voting. So others are going to be counted, but first one is invalid.
So yeah, what also took us a little longer is that we, for your information, we also, for every decision, we put like a short text of what it was. This was the first, is it a technical question over there? I don't know. Can we take already?
Is it a two? Sorry, if it's not a technical, I would wait for after the presentation.
Okay. So yeah, that was the motion from Atto. And yeah, regarding the budget, so it was like the motion on the proposal for the change of the internal regulations, and I don't know if you need time to read it or remember it.
Sorry, to clarify, was this Arthur's one?
Arthur's one, yeah, exactly. So yeah, and it's needed only a 50% majority because it's like only a motion.
Yeah, I will make it technical.
Okay, so.
Like, if you can go back to the previous slide, because he now clarified what we're voting upon. What we're voting upon. Can we get a raise of hands from the delegates who understood what we're voting upon here? Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, So what was needed actually a 50% majority because it was only a motion on the proposal of the change, which later then will happen on the internal regulation. And yeah, the results actually were with 36 votes actually a majority, absolute majority. So yeah, the motion was approved by the council.
About the next motion.
Please silence while people are presenting.
About the next motion, there is the proposal. This text is the same text there is in the voting sheet. And as the previous one, there is needed 50% majority. In this case, there is need 30 votes. And there is approved too.
And if I can ask you to speed up a bit, because this time is already over.
Okay, we just. So yeah, like we had all the different things. Yeah, you can see like the BMW one also in own motion had to have 30 votes from all the votes, and it reached 52 votes, so also approved. Yeah, next motion, the local group, the receivables from the local group Quality had 30 votes right as well, and got 57 votes, so also approved. And yeah. So the fourth receivable was with PayPal, also about 50%, and with a full approval of the council. So I guess that's clear. And yeah, and the last motion was another one from the PayPal, and it was also approved. Yeah, and yeah, so we had two more votes.
About the vote of intention, there is the proposal too, but is okay. It's like 50% needed too. It means 32 votes, and yes, two, so it is approved. About the
Can we speed up a bit more?
There is needed 33 votes, and it had 63, so it is approved. And about the last one, there is need 32 votes, and it has 63, so it is approved too.
Thank you very much for speeding up. It seems there are no questions about the voting. Thank you. Oh, clarification from Celine. Sorry, silence. Celine has a clarification.
Yes, so as you can see in this voting session, we voted on the motion which was raised yesterday for the IR proposal, and now tomorrow's voting sheet for the IR proposal is going to be changed accordingly and voted upon the approved change from here. So it was a point about the budget approval, and if budget is not approved, the voting sheet is going to be in the way that last year's budget shall be in use. And the other points that have been approved are from the presentation that financial controllers made in the morning regarding the receivables, that we still have a lot of intention to contact and act upon those receivables, and they will be as action points since it's approved.
Silence, please. Thank you very much, Celine. And I close agenda point 89, voting results number 3. And I reopen agenda point 44, company presentation. And I would like to invite Max Steinmetz for ZEB.
We can try. Yeah, thanks Max. Thanks to the wonderful board and the assistants, everyone. I'm very, very happy to be back here in the GA. And it has been quite a while since my last team event. I think for most of you it was similar thanks to COVID. But as I see lots of very sleepy faces here, I can imagine that you used the time over the last days to party a little bit. And I hope that we are going to continue in the same spirit also tonight during the International Night, which was always and will always be my favorite. Lastly, I hope that you are going to join me tonight when we do our round, like always, as former VP of Activities. So if there are some motivated guys, feel free to accept the challenge. So now I'm going to give you guys a short presentation about the company where I'm currently working for. It's a strategy consulting called LXIV. We are focusing mainly just on financial services, and we're not as big as a team is, meaning like country-wise, but we're covering quite a bit. And I'm here to give you a short intro what the company is all about, what we're doing, and feel free to approach me with a gin tonic or whatsoever you want to know more. Or if you want to learn more about times and how to solve case studies, join the working room after this GA, or maybe tonight, let's see. But normally I like more to drink there. So regarding LXIV, we make around 200 million of euros of turnover. So we are spread all around Europe. We focus mainly on financial services, which means we focus on banks and insurance companies. I know it might sound very silly in the beginning, but if you go into it, it makes a lot of fun. We're around 1,000 employees, and we do quite a lot of projects all around Europe, and those projects are really completely different. So from M&A till starting up new companies, which is my profession. So I'm an entrepreneur. I'm also with Business Booster in the past in Times. So I help banks and insurance companies come up with new awesome stuff, and we try that they become sexy, which is a huge fight. But regarding LXIV, what kind of background do we have? So we have lots of different guys from, let's say, language professions till business engineers like you guys, or even mathematics, physicians, etc. Because crunching numbers is, I think, one of our core competencies as engineers, and this is the reason why I'm here. We try to find some new awesome guy to join our company. Regarding that, what we always try is, from a culture perspective, that we try to find a good result for our client, that we have a very good company culture, and also that we work together with the clients in a very integrated format. So it's not like we get a case study and then we disappear in a cellar and a couple of weeks or months we come back. So we normally try to have very integrated teams. So similar in the case study team, which you do during times where there's 4 people, we mix this even more up with clients together, and then we try to achieve very awesome results. And we are also not a very hierarchical company, which means the smartest argument wins. So it doesn't matter if you're an intern or a partner, the best argument wins, which is, I think, in most companies quite different. But if you're also into agile organizations, I think this is the way to go, and it makes a lot of fun to make an impact. So besides that, I think this is some additional promo stuff which I don't want to present. But what is also really interesting, I'm not sure if you're familiar with consulting in general or haven't done an internship yet. Consulting is quite intensive, so you normally work quite a lot of hours, but you learn a lot, and I can really recommend every one of you to at least do an internship in a consultancy or work for 1-2 years. And if you're really motivated and you can't get enough of it, of work hard and play hard, then this is really the way to go. And thanks to Corona and COVID, like the whole consulting business also changed over the last year. So it's much more remote work. You not always have to be there 4+1, meaning 4 days at the client side, 1 day at home, and you travel a lot, which is still going to be, but you can also work much more from remote from home. And as I heard discussion with the Times applicants, case studies can be solved digital. Laptops are really useful instruments, and even if you only have internet or no internet, in 4 hours you can. So it won't make a big difference if you're able to do cool or not, if you don't know the basics of how to solve a case study. Otherwise, sabbaticals and other things are more and more common, and I hope that you are at one point finding some interest into consulting. Kind of banks and insurance companies that we cover. So most likely one of your banks where you have your credit card or bank account is one of our clients, as we're the market leader around Europe. So you have lots of banks from the German DACH region, but also international ones in Spain or in other European or Eastern European countries. Furthermore, also in Scandinavia or what else, Switzerland, etc. Italy is also a big region. So yeah, there's a lot of fun, and I think after financial crisis a couple of years ago, there's still a lot of things to do. Okay, there's a circle starting. Yeah. So the interesting thing during a lifetime or a couple of years in consulting is that within the, let's say, consulting business, you have step-by-step different career levels, and let's say the relevancy of different categories of your daily work is going to change. So in the beginning, you focus more a lot on getting results, working on PowerPoints. The older you get, or the higher you're in the hierarchy, the daily profile is changing, which means that also the whole work is going to change. You have much more client responsibility, you do much more sales, you do much more customer relationship, etc. And so the consulting life is continuously changing. That's also something very interesting, because you can grow very fast and develop your profile in a lot of different dimensions. And yeah, I think I'm through. So I still have 20 seconds, but Selin said someone could ask questions if you want to.
Yeah, we have some time for questions as well, separated from this. So if somebody has some question, please stand up.
Okay, there's one brave one.
Two ones.
Oh.
Getting better. Hey. Three. Okay.
I'm almost getting...
We start from the gentleman with the hoodie, and then we have...
Hello.
Hey.
Nice to meet you. Adriana G. Madrid. I wanted to ask, I think you say, but can you repeat when you where you have the office?
Where we have the offices?
Yeah, because I have seen
was
that
on
you
the first page.
it's
I gave it back to you guys, so it's not perfect. But like we have lots of offices in Germany, because it's a German-based company, but with Kiev, Moscow, which is kind of still interesting fact with the current war. But in Vienna, for example, in London.
Do you have in Madrid?
And Madrid.
Oh no, not so far, but why not?
Since not yet.
Not yet.
Thank you very much. Now the other question for Luis in the back. First Luis in the back. Let's respect the order. And then we have Arthur and then Palau. Okay, never mind, then Arthur and Palau.
Hi Max, Palau, LG Madrid, Barcelona. I wanted to ask you, what are the profiles of doctorate holders that you hire?
The characteristics of a profile, what we're looking for when we hire a person.
For doctorate holders.
Doctorate holders.
Yeah.
In the end, they are kind of similar to, like, with doctorate or without. First of all, it is quite good if you have done an internship or some work experience in the financial service industry, so that you have worked at the client side before, which is a bit different to many other companies when you do consulting. So for example, quite often they don't even check what kind of internships you have done, and then you are going to do one project of aerospace, the next one in automotive, then you do FMCG or something. For us, as we're very specialized in financial service, it's really good if you have done at least an internship in bank or insurance company or an insurtech or fintech or something around. Then you should have a certain, let's say, grade, as it's always on one hand side like this. You should have a grade, let's say 2.0 or something, or even better, as a minimum characteristics. And then the process normally that we have a three-step process. So first CV check and the grade and stuff. Then we have a first phone call with the HR guy. So you are going to have a case study on a mobile phone or by phone. So I wouldn't call it a brain teaser, but that you are able to, let's say, what's the yearly turnover of McDonald's in Munich or something at the Stachus, something like that. And then you have 5 minutes, and then I want to get a number, and it should be logical, so that you have some experience in logical thinking. So that's another check mark. And then the third step is that we're going to have a one-day case study day. So you come over to one of our offices, or we even can do it remote if it's difficult. And then you're going to solve 2 case studies within an hour. afterwards, let's say after 40 minutes, and then you have 20 minutes of interview afterwards. So you present your results, you get some back questions, etc. And the third interview is, let's say, a socializing interview, meaning you honors, and you can explain, let's say, something about your life. For example, that you are an activist teamer, that you have traveled Europe, that you have worked in international teams. This is really some plus point, you can believe me. So it's not just that you study all day long and you have been in the library. So what we are on the one hand also looking for some life experience, that you have tried yourself, that you have taken over some responsibility, that you are good in working in teams. So all what you're doing here in this team when you get active, this is exactly what we're looking for. That's the reason why we pay some money here. So you are totally in this profile.
Thank you very much. We have the last question from Arthur.
Arthur Michalczyk, Kaiserslautern. Thank you for your presentation. So I saw one position, like I think it was called, and there was a little bit elaborated about making a thesis or internship, and especially about the thesis part. Do you have examples, like what kind of topics or in what kind of fields like a thesis could be about?
If it's about master thesis, you mean, or doctorate, as we are doing the whole value chain of the financial topic, if you do your thesis in, let's say, my team, then it would be something regarding fintech, insurtech, new business development, innovation management, building up new business models in this kind of area. So disrupting this industry in this big topic here. And there's a lot of things going on because becoming stronger, the competition is strong, digitization is changing the whole business model of the banks and insurance companies. So there's a lot of exciting stuff to write about.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Arthur. And I suppose this was all. Thanks a lot, Max Steinmetz, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I close agenda point 44, company presentations. And now I believe we have a comment regarding the financial controllers application, and Nicolino will take the microphone.
Merve asked us to read. There are some questions for her. Let me check. One of them is, as far as I'm concerned, being a financial controller requires time. Do you think that you will have the time to fulfill the requirements of a financial controller? And Merve answered, yes, it was more time consuming to be Vice President of Finance. I am sure that I have time for financial controller. There is another question. We only decide to apply today, not communicate anything about this to the Vice President of Finance, financial controllers and financial controllers applicants, of whom now one dropped out because of the chaotic situation. And Merve made the general comment. Any member of his team can apply for any position if they are motivated to see the necessity. I cannot relate how someone else's application is a concern related to my comment, to my application. During the council meeting and presentations, I realized the need of applying to the position, and I did. There are multiple applications to multiple positions, and nobody should affect each other's application. We all know that there is a chance to get elected or not for every position. And I am planning to do the same next year. There are no personal feelings behind this decision, and I recommend everyone to understand it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe now we are about to close up. So I open agenda point 58, miscellaneous. And I would like to ask Alex to join us on stage for some announcements. And if you can also have an organizer on stage, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Hello you guys, I'm Alex. Okay, so about the working groups and training sessions that are going to happen after the TA. Basically, as Joanna mentioned yesterday, one training session got cancelled, unfortunately, and a new distribution list was sent to you, like a couple of minutes ago. So please check it out. The changes were made only for today. and not tomorrow. And now about the logistics, I will let Nicholas. Okay.
Thank you, Alex. So right now, when we go out, we need to hurry up on the buses. There are some organizers that will wait for you because we are going to our faculty and the buses are already waiting for us and they can't wait for so long because of the traffic. So please be fast when you go out from the room. Also, one more thing, but it's not connected with working group, so if you also have something. Yeah, tomorrow morning we are going to a different location of the GA room, so we won't be here. This is the last day we will be here. So we'll go there also by buses, so please don't be late. And because tonight is International Night, I guess that it's really hard, but drink a lot of water tonight. That will be provided for you, so please. And you will have a dinner in the place where we have International Night. So you will have one separate table where will be Serbian food that you can eat. It will be enough for all of you. So that the place where we will have International Night will be the same place where we were 2 days ago, like Transit Bar.
Can you give the microphone? We have a technical. Silence in the meanwhile, people. We are almost done, not done.
Anna Knowledge from St. Petersburg, can please...
People, hey.
Can please
Silence,
organizers send the place of the GA tomorrow in advance in the announcement chat? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a technical also here on the table.
Will we have plates and knives at the International Nights place, or should we prepare our food like ready before we are going on? Will we have knives and plates and the place where we have international?
Yeah, that will be provided.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, guys, we know, all of us know that International Night is such an event, but I would like you to drink and be responsible and take care of each other. And yeah, if in case someone needs help, please provide help and water to that people. So I hope to see all of you tomorrow here. Okay, not here, but in another GA room on time, including extra places. Please, guys, I wish to be there in the room on time during the quorum. Because you're here for a reason. You're not here to only party. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, thanks Alex, thanks Nicola. We have a technical in the back. Can somebody give a microphone? Is the technical, yes? Yes or no? Yes, okay.
Sarah from the group Istanbul Yıldız, since we are out of the structured agenda, like when the sessions expected to be, when should we start?
In groups and training sessions?
Yes.
It should be in 16:15. So yeah, 40.
Okay, thank you very much. I suppose this was all for the day, so I will close agenda point 58, miscellaneous, and we are free to go.